Yes, karibuni sana. I hope muko vizuri and nafikiria mmeshinda vizuri. So najaribu kuona kama good. Karibuni sana. So it's a late start. Karibuni na nimekuja ili tuweza kudiscuss kidogo. Ili leo tusikuwe ati hatuna show. So Mungu ni mwema and I welcome you to our afternoon show. So karibuni. Mimi ni wote. I'm all of them in one, now Ruto claims. Wow. That is the most ridiculous statement nimeisikia imesemwa pahali. I think very unajua those are the things which happens unasikia mtu anajiita Yesu. Jehovah Wanyonyi. We have those cases, so they are not only in Kenya alone. Even in Russia, there is a god of Russia. Unasikia mtu akianzia kujiita hivyo. Vitu zinaanzianga hivyo. Actually, they are mental disorder. Unasikia mtu. So sasa Ruto anasema yeye ni wote pamoja. Yeye anasema yeye ni Kenyatta. Yeye ni Moi. Yeye ni Kibaki na yeye ni Uhuru. Wrapped up together. Wow. Let me begin with that guy from Russia who claims to be God. It is important ili tushikanishe hiyo story. Then pia tutashikanisha pia pamoja na story ya Siaya. Ni kama kuna uvumi Bwana Orengo ni kama alipewa kakitu ameze. So I don't know if like hiyo bado ilikuwa inatapakaa kama ni ukweli ati ameresign. Lakini mchongane hapa sio pale ati panacheka tu unatembea na watu hapa you'll meet yourself, and then we will also continue on exploring what Matiang'i said in Minneapolis yesterday. So karibuni. Nataka kwanza I have to build my story with these funny stories. Hii vitu si ati hii vitu haiko Kenya peke yake. So karibuni. I just want to build my storyline, then nitakuja niwaekee hiyo ya Ruto. The reason why I'm talking about this because they begin as a joke.
The healthy inventory you imagined made possible. RS. Imagine that. We can.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less.
Meet the Messiah of Siberia. He is known to his followers as Desparation, and he claims to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Welcome to Inform Overload. I'm Charlotte Dobre. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more stories about people you won't believe exist. The man who claims to be Jesus lives 4,000 feet up a mountain in a remote area of Siberia. Desparation has a loyal following of around 5,000 to 10,000 people. He has thousands of disciples who are convinced he is the reincarnation of Jesus of Nazareth. But Desparation did not always have that name. His real name is Sergei Torov. Sergei used to be a traffic cop in Minusинsk, Russia. Then in 1989, he announced he was the Son of God. He now leads one of the biggest and most remote religious communes on the planet. His followers are called Vissarionites, and they live in over 30 settlements in southern Siberia. People have traveled far and wide to become a follower of Vissarion. A man claimed Dennis traveled from Brisbane after hearing about Vissarion, and he hoped he would be the answer to his questions. He was quoted saying, "No doubt about it, mate. Definitely the Son of God." Herman, a Bavarian engineer, sold his home in Germany to join Vissarion. Vissarion's commune has its own laws, symbols, prayers, rituals, hymns, and even its own calendar. It is year 57 for the Church of the Last Testament. The calendar started when Vissarion was born in 1961. All of his followers must be vegans, unless you're an infant or a lactating mother, who are...
Yeah, that's a guy who calls himself Jesus of Siberia. So when people claim that they are what they are not, is not something which you take for granted because wanakuanga wakimaanisha. So we had that one, then we had this one, then we had this one, and many others which continue. So natafuta. Karibuni sana. So kuna mwingine tunaitanga Jesus of Tongaren. Wengi. So these are all the people who have claimed to be Jesus in their own self. And it's something we need to take very carefully. So kama huyu
sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you.
Swali mzuri sana. Hata Yehova wanyonyi huyo mimi mwenyewe sikumuona. Sijawahi muona. Huenda tu juzi ndio mwingine alinionyesha kwa simu. Hao Waislamu kutoka Mombasa wenye wamekuja hapa ndio walikuwa wananionyesha. Sijawahi muona. Na sina uhusiano wote na yeye. Hata wakaniuliza hiyo swali, una uhusiano na yeye? Na kwa nini yeye alijiita Jehova wanyonyi? Nikawaambia, kwani nyinyi hamuoni majengo hapa duniani watu wakiweka Jehova Witness? Na ni mjengo au neni? Hamuoni mijengo ya dunia imewekwa judge of
Nataka sasa musikie sasa vile Ruto alisema. It's important.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Our sign language interpreter tonight is Yula Nzale. So in a peculiar moment of self-appraisal, President William Ruto has today described himself as the best president Kenya has ever had, stating that he has topped his predecessors as the only PhD holder to occupy State House. President Ruto touted himself as a combination of the good qualities of the last 4 presidents. President Ruto spoke as he received a delegation of leaders from Tharaka Nithi County at the State House in Nairobi. Citizen TV's Emmanuel To has the details.
He basked in the air of self-admiration, blowing his own trumpet at decibels that defy common norms. President Ruto started with an account of his physical and academic attributes, as well as his journey up the political ranks.
Nimekuwa mjumbe miaka 15. Nimekuwa naibu wa rais miaka 10. Sio experience inatosha? Mimi sio mzee sana. Mimi ni kijana, mimi naelewa kufanya maneno. Ama namna gani? Mimi nimesoma ya kutosha. Hatujawahi kuwa na daktari ambaye ni rais wa nchi.
Then came his rural background.
Mimi ni mtu naelewa. Mimi nimezaliwa huko mashinani. Sasa shida ya Kenya mimi naelewa. Sasa mimi nitasema nimekosa kufanya hii kazi kwa sababu gani? I have no reason. I don't have an excuse. So I have to do the difficult job. Hii kazi yote ambayo mimi nafanya kazi ngumu ni kwa sababu there has never been an opportunity for a person with the experience I have, with the education I have, with the knowledge I have in Kenya. So I must do it.
And wrapping the qualities of his predecessors into one attributes package, President Ruto declared himself a combination of the abilities of all four previous presidents.
I have combined all my predecessors, you know. I have the courage of Jomo. I have the understanding of Moi. I have the education of Kibaki. And I have the plan we shared with Uhuru Kenyatta. I have no excuse than to do everything that needs to be done in this nation. Transforming our health provision, transforming our infrastructure development, that is the assignment that I have.
Giving an upbeat assessment of his record in office, the president said he is on course to transform Kenya.
Na ni miaka miwili tu peke yake. Tell me what's going to happen in 5 years. Tell me what's going to happen in 10 years. Tell me what's going to happen in 20 years. You will not recognize Kenya because it will be a different place because of housing.
The president was speaking at the State House, Nairobi, before a delegation of leaders from Tharaka Nithi, a delegation whose requests included the long-promised construction of the notorious Nithi Bridge.
Hii Nithi Bridge nitatengeneza. Inahitaji shilingi bilioni 7, ni pesa nyingi. Hiyo bridge inatangazwa kesho. Na nimesema hiyo bridge lazima ikamilike kabla ya uchaguzi. Mimi sitaki.
That the changes we have had in this country have not been experienced under any regime. It is only a miracle that you came in when the shilling was at 169 exchange rate and today it's at 130. Nobody talks about it. Yet, we know Kenya, 70% of what we use here is imported, and therefore shilling is very important.
Emmanuel Toll, City.
If you're a man over 30 who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool, you're
Yeah, that's a very heavy statement. I want us to come and audit that statement. So please kama uko kwa kipindi nimeshare link hapo. I want us to audit that statement muniambie like Ruto is talking about this. So he is not talking about desperation in the streets, maandamano, which has been happening. He is just coming to and saying that we will not be able to recognize Kenya. I want somebody to audit that statement because I got weary because now I think Bwana Ruto has discovered a new way of expanding his lies. And he is saying that Nithi Bridge needs 7 billion. Nithi Bridge needs 7 billion. Is it just going to do one bridge alone? I thought it is that nini. Hata kama niyo bridge inainuliwa. It must be, they have to do a substantive road. You cannot just do a bridge alone. 7 billion, so in dollars. Let me look for you prices of bridges in America. Yeah, cost. Maybe need the bridge. Watafanya Desparation bridge cost over. Desparation bridge need around 60 meters bridge. Cost over Desparation bridge. Desparation bridge. In the USA, maybe probably. Yeah, size and length. Steel bridges are not expensive. That's concrete. Square. So I wanted overall a 50 foot span could range between $150,000 to 300. Or a 500 foot could range between $3.5 million to $6 million. One detailed cost for an existing rehabilitation bridge rehabilitation project shows a an estimated cost of $68 million. $68 million. So $68 million. Okay. This is a serious one. Okay. One detailed cost breakdown for an existing bridge rehabilitation project shows a total cost estimated. To precise, okay, but at least a serious bridge. Na unajua za US ziko na barabara za kuteremsha na za kupandisha. So uko na 2 lane ipande na 2 lane ipande, then there is span bridge. This one's around 7 billion pesa ya Kenya, 068. Yeah. This one 7 billion pesa ya Kenya. But so it means if you want to do the bridge, they have doubled the amount. I don't know why they have decided to double. So because hiyo barabara sio dual carriageway, so hatatengeneza ati kuna bridge hapa na bridge hapa, because kuna barabara ya kupanda na kupandisha. So it's a bridge of like it's not very wide. Yes, RB karibu. Nataka uingie kituo kuja uone hiyo statement, sababu Ruto amesema yeye ni wote pamoja. Yes, Kenyatta, yes, Moi, yes, yes, Kenyatta, yes, Moi, yes, Kibaki, and yes, Uhuru, wote pamoja. All of them in one. Na mkishindwa na kuingia kituo, sitakuwa na budi bali tu kuwaacha. Maybe you need your peace. Kuja kuwasumbua, maybe mumechokeshwa na hii maneno. So I'm looking for another excerpt of what he said. But ni statement ya kutamausha. Is a very difficult statement. So let me see. Na alikuwa anadanganyana kwa mlima. Mnaona? Watu wa mlima tuko na shida huko Tharaka-Nithi. Watu wa mlima sisi ndio we are the people, we are people who kazi yetu ni kupokea uongo. Acha niweke ya NTV. Hii ni miujiza bana. I'm really shocked. Acha niweke ya NTV. Alafu muingie kwa kituo. I want us to audit this statement. This statement is serious.
Muliniambia mahali tutakosania na nyinyi ni the bridge. Si muliniambia hivyo? Muliniambia hii tengeneza hii ni the bridge ama tutakosana. Na nilisikia. So hii ni the bridge, mimi nitatengeneza. Mnanisikia? Hii ni the bridge, mimi nitatengeneza. Inahitaji shilingi bilioni 7, ni pesa nyingi. Lakini juu chini, kulia na kushoto, mbele na nyuma, lazima nitengeneze hiyo bridge. Na hiyo bridge inatangazwa kesho. Inatangazwa lini? Mkiona, mkifuatilia katika vyombo vya habari ama ile procurement, we are starting procurement ya Nithi Bridge tomorrow. Na sio kwa sababu
starting procurement of Nithi Bridge tomorrow. I hope it's not another stream for corruption. Mnatafuta wale macontractor mnataka sijui nini. We are procurement. Why do you even talk of procurement? Procurement should be a very simple exercise.
Nimekuja hapa hapana. Ni kwa sababu mliniambia iko consequences. Si ndio? So, hiyo bridge tayari tumefanya design. Mimi nimeangalia mwenyewe hiyo design iko sawa sawa. Sasa itanyorosha hiyo Nithi Bridge, badala ya kupiga kona kona ndio watu wanazama ndani, tutanyorosha vizuri. Sawa sawa. Na nimesema hiyo bridge lazima ikamilike kabla ya uchaguzi. Mimi sitaki kesi na nyinyi. Ama namna gani? Mimi sitaki kesi na nyinyi na wale watu wengine. Hiyo nitamaliza, kwa sababu ni kweli imeleta hasara nyingi sana kwa watu wa Kenya, si ndio? Si imeleta shida mingi. So it is a very expensive bridge, but we must do it to save lives and to make sure that motorists, passengers, and people using that section of the road do not endanger their lives. And we make sure that there is a safe bridge for the people of Tharaka Nithi, the people of Embu, the people of Meru, going into that whole section of Kenya. Muliniambia mahali tutakosania na nyinyi ni Nithi Bridge. Si muliniambia hivyo? Muliniambia hii tengeneza hii Nithi Bridge ama tutakosana. Na nilisikia. So hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza. Mnanisikia? Hii Nithi Bridge mimi nitatengeneza. Inahitaji shilingi bilioni 7, ni pesa nyingi. Lakini ni kwa sababu muliniambia iko consequences. Si ndio?
Same old phone.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Our sign language interpreter tonight is Yula Nzale. So in a peculiar moment of self-appraisal, President William Ruto has today described himself as the best president Kenya has ever had, stating that he has topped his predecessors as the only PhD holder to occupy State House. President Ruto touted himself as a combination of the good qualities of the last 4 presidents. President Ruto spoke as he received a delegation of leaders from Tharaka Nithi County at the State House in Nairobi. Citizen TV's Emmanuel To has the details.
He basked in the air of self-admiration, blowing his own trumpet at decibels that defy common norms. President Ruto started with an account of his physical and academic attributes, as well as his journey up the political ranks.
Nimekuwa mjumbe miaka 15. Nimekuwa naibu wa rais miaka 10. Sio experience inatosha? Mimi sio mzee sana. Mimi ni kijana, mimi naelewa kufanya maneno. Ama namna gani? Mimi nimesoma ya kutosha. Hatujawahi kuwa na daktari ambaye ni rais wa nchi.
Then came his rural background.
Mimi ni mtu naelewa. Mimi nimezaliwa huko mashinani. Sasa shida ya Kenya mimi naelewa. Sasa mimi nitasema nimekosa kufanya hii kazi kwa sababu gani? I have no reason. I don't have an excuse. So I have to do the difficult job. Hii kazi yote ambayo mimi nafanya, kazi ngumu, ni kwa sababu there has never been an opportunity for a person with the experience I have, with the education I have, with the knowledge I have in Kenya. So I must do it.
And wrapping the qualities of his predecessors into one attributes package, President Ruto declared himself a combination of the abilities of all 4 previous presidents.
I have combined all my predecessors, you know. I have the courage of Jomo. I have the understanding of Moi. I have the education of Kibaki. And I have the plan we shared with Uhuru Kenyatta. I have no excuse than to do everything that needs to.
Yeah, hapo Uhuru alidharauliwa. The only thing ni plan. and he's busy running to the State House. So I have the courage of Jomo. That was a character trait. I have the understanding of Moi. That was a character. For Kibaki, I have the knowledge of Kibaki. Na kwa Uhuru niko na plan, which we did. So Uhuru ndiye hapo ambaye kitu. In other words, Uhuru should know that Ruto disintegrated him. Yeah, Ruto just disintegrated him. But I don't think even Kenyans deserve to listen to that. Wacha vitendo ziongee. So I don't think there is a serious thing. Wacha vitendo ziongee. It doesn't make sense. So I think, yes, Ruto owns his comment, which is okay. But I think you don't describe yourself. You allow yourself to be described by people. Let people see his work and the way he's bringing all the forces together. Okay. Hiyo ni the bridge tutangojea tuone ni namna gani. So yeah, so that's what we need to know. So please, karibuni kwa kipindi, alafu we see what to say. Ni kama siku hizi hamuna sai kama ni nini? Ni sai kama I need to hear from you. You can't just Kendarios anasema nini? Wasn't the same on that. Was telling his supporters leading up to 2022 elections, Uhuru had no clue, no idea of how to run the country. But no, he has the plan of Uhuru. Yes, amesema kuna plan ya Uhuru. But I wanted you, Bwana Kendarios, you compare for me. All of them he talked about character. Uhuru tu alisema tu plan. He did not say about maybe the Syrians or like a trait. And maybe kuuliza swali, who said Kenyatta had courage? Ni swali tu nauliza because yes, he said that. He said, I have the courage of Kenyatta 1. Then he said, I have the understanding of Moi. Those characters, who said those people are that way? Nikuuliza. You know, we have to think critically. Maybe Ken, because I can see you are the only one talking, can you tell me who described these people this way? Nataka tu niambie history ilitoka wapi.
I have the education of Kibaki.
Sorry.
Predecessors, you know. I have the courage to find all my predecessors, you know. I have the courage of Jomo. I have the understanding of Mo.
Okay. I have the courage of Jomo. I want us we added that statement. I have the courage of Jomo. True or false? Is Jomo courageous? Ni swali tu nauliza. Ni Ruto anatuambia I have the courage of Jomo. Because unajua inaweza kuwa pia ni statement ya uongo in Uhuru said. Then
I have the education of Kibaki.
I have the understanding of Moi. I have the understanding of Moi. True or false? No, sitaki muiconnect na Ruto kwanza. Like when you're saying I have the understanding of Moi. Was Moi having understanding? Ni swali tu nauliza. I'm trying to juxtapose those statements. Tusikie mwingine.
And I have the plan we shared with Uhuru Kenyatta. I have the plan we shared with Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta ni plan tu peke yake.
That statement is consenting. A consenting statement. Let me tell you what is a consenting statement. A consenting statement is having or showing a feeling of patronizing superiority. It's trying to show you so superior. So Ruto is trying to claim that atafanya kazi yao wote. So tutakuwa na majengo kama KICC, what Kenyatta did. Which other mega projects did Kenyatta do? Kenyatta One, I know him of KICC. Moi, zile mashule alijenga. Kibaki, Thika Road, Kenyatta SGR. So those are some of the things now we will have to see. So if he is all that, lazima tuone mambo mingi kuliko here. If he is all that, so it's a very serious declaration. It's not a joke statement. Yeah, it's not a serious. It's a very, very serious statement. Your statement is a ton of it. So I would still want to see more. I would still want to see more in that statement. That statement is extreme, but in Sawa. So I don't see somebody here who has the courage to come and discuss that statement. But Kongole kwa Harambee Stars for defeating Congo. Unajua Congo the other time it performed very well. So wacha tuone hawa wengine wako Marekani. Yeah, kusema he has combined. I don't want to continue with it any longer. So wacha tusikie hawa wako Marekani. Then we hear what they have to say.
Ruto astahili kupewa awamu ya pili.
Mura, KTN.
Viongozi wakuu wa upinzani wameendelea kupiga hema katika maeneo ya ughaibuni kule, wakikutana na Wakenya wanaoishi nje ya nchi na kueneza ajenda yao, na yani kwa nini Rais William Ruto astahili kupewa awamu ya pili afisini. Waziri wa zamani Fred Matiang'i aliyewahutubia Wakenya wanaoishi katika jimbo la Minnesota nchini Marekani aliahidi kupunguza ushuru ambao unatozwa Wakenya na haswa ushuru wa nyumba za serikali. Kiongozi wa chama cha DCP Rigathi Gachagua vilevile alikutana na Wakenya wanaoishi mjini Dallas katika jimbo la Texas, ambako alipinga madai kuwa yeye ni kiongozi wa kikabila na kwamba anakutana na Wakenya tu wanaotokea eneo la Mlima Kenya. Anavyoarifu mwanahabari wa masuala ya siasa Chris Thairu, kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka vilevile anatarajiwa kuondoka hapa nchini.
Ulikuwa mkutano wa tatu ambapo alikuwa waziri wa zamani Daktari Fred Matiang'i alihutubia Wakenya wanaoishi Marekani tangu kuwasili nchini humo wiki mbili zilizopita, baada ya kuandaa mkutano kama huo mjini Maryland na Texas. Jumapili ya dhuhuri, Matiang'i alizomea serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, akishtumu Rais William Ruto kwa kudunisha sekta ya elimu kwa kuondoa ufadhili wa elimu.
How is it that when we are supposed to be going forward, we want to go backwards? We reduce capitation from 22,000 to 16 or so. It's not even going to schools. And every day is excuses upon excuses, you know. In fact, I would be forgiven if I described what we have in our country as government by excuses. You know, it started with no, it is Uhuru and his arm. Then no, it's Raila as new, and I don't know who. Then now, ni Wakikuyu wanataka kuharibu serikali.
Matiang'i aliweka wazi nia yake ya kuwania kiti cha urais kwenye uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027, akidai kwamba japo Wakenya wanatozwa ushuru wa juu, hakuna maendeleo yanayofanyika nchini.
We import rice where farmers rice in the stores. You wake up tomorrow morning, these same fellows will go to Western Kenya or someplace there, they will expect people to be singing and dancing for them. Cane farmers who have not been paid for decades, they are importing sugar. The factories are closed. Let's be honest about our country. Let us be very serious about the affairs of our country. We have challenges in our country. Some of them are man-made. Let us work on solving them. I am ready to lead the team to fix this.
Matiang'i akiwa Minnesota, mwenzake katika upinzani kiongozi wa chama cha DCP Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa Texas akikutana na Wakenya wanaoishi huko. Gachagua ambaye amekuwa nchini Marekani kwa takriban mwezi mmoja sasa amewataka washirika wake kutolegeza kamba licha ya mikutano yao kusambaratishwa na polisi baada ya kurushiwa vitoa machozi.
William Ruto has decided that nobody can tell him no. Nobody can challenge him. And if you challenge him, you must die or get injured and go to hospital, as he said. So we have those challenges as a country, and together we'll fix it.
Kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka naye anatarajiwa kuondoka nchini wiki hii kuelekea Ujerumani na Marekani, ambapo pia anatarajiwa kukutana na Wakenya. Viongozi wa upinzani wamekuwa wakitafuta msaada wa kifedha kutoka kwa Wakenya wanaoamini dhima yao ya kubadili uongozi wa nchi katika kura ijayo. Nchini Kenya, wandani wa Gachagua walikuwa wakimkemea Rais William Ruto, wakidokeza kuwa watahakikisha Rais Ruto anahudumu muhula mmoja tu.
Usidhani kwamba ukipigwa picha na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu unajua tunamheshimu, ati ufikirie ati sasa ati tumebadili nia. Upigwe picha na Uhuru Kenyatta, ukae na Raila Amolo Odinga, ufanye nini? Dawa yako tunaijua, sindano yako tumeichemsha, tunakupeleka nyumbani mwaka wa 2027, upende usipende, kwa sababu umeua watoto wetu.
Hii maneno ya kupigia watu risasi kila wakati. Monday tulikuwa na mheshimiwa John Ruto kumari kunaitwa Diaspora. Gari ya John Ruto iko risasi 3. Gari ya John Medhu iko risasi kadhaa. Gari ya Jamre Kamau iko risasi kadhaa. Kwani hata kama ni kuharibu mkutano, mtu anaharibu mkutano na risasi? Si unapiga tia gas basi kama unaona mkutano ni mbaya. Lakini maneno ya kupigia watu risasi, you have no right. You have no right over anybody's life.
Wandani wa Gachagua wamekuwa na wakati mgumu wanapofanya mikutano ya hadhara, kwani polisi mara kadhaa wamevuruga mikutano hiyo kwa vitoa machozi na kisha kuwatawanya. Serikali imeendelea na kimya chake kuhusiana na swala hilo licha wanasiasa hao kutoa malalamishi yao. Chris Dairu, KTN, Nairobi.
Tukirudilia taarifa yetu hapo.
Choose the internet option that can keep up.
Yeah, that's an expunging story. It has a lot. Hata Kalonzo nimesikia anaenda Marekani. Yeah, that's a very serious story. There have been so many news which we have been getting, but we have that story has been expired so that we can be able to understand the lines which wanasiasa wa upinzani wanapitia. So wana upinzani, there are so many things they are planning. So Kalonzo will also, I think they are becoming more serious in mobilizing the Kenyans abroad. I don't know, like the concept of mobilizing Kenya abroad, if it is visibility they are looking for. Maybe I would also want somebody to tell me why is the opposition so keen in mobilizing abroad more than any other person in the past? At least I'm happy they are not just like going to the US because that wameitwa. It's not like Chatham House. Like Odinga used to go to Chatham House, so it's not like I like it. It is not like Chatham House presentation or being being called by some entities which do not serve us. So I think that that season of wanting to engage the public is key. But I'm still worried. I don't know the reason why they are not able to attract the attention of the leaders of those countries. I remember even when Donald Trump decided to go to a place like Mexico when he was not a president, when he was just a candidate, he was able to attract even the attention of the president of Mexico that time. And he was able to do a press conference, even though he was not a president. I don't know why our presidential candidates are not able to attract that attention. Let me show you that. You know, when you get serious, things there's something here. There's a reason why I'm sharing, because people learn from what others have done. This speech Trump gave it in Mexico, it is not something which was presented. It was unpresented, but as a candidate of Republican Party, he decided to go there and confront issues one-on-one. It is something I usually like so much.
Speculation that he was something. Well, in U.S. presidential politics, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump has reaffirmed his vow to crack down on undocumented immigrants living in the United States, putting to rest weeks of speculation that he was softening his tone on the issue. Viewers Richard Green has the story on Trump's long-anticipated speech, highlighting the cornerstone of his candidacy.
The billionaire real estate developer laid out a series of goals in a passionate speech Wednesday night in Phoenix, Arizona, beginning with his key promise to build a wall along the 3,200-kilometer-long U.S. border with Mexico.
I'm not marketing that guy. I'm trying to say presidential candidates should capture the attention of the countries where they are going. So I want to see also now our candidates also now getting attention of this scale. So I was just trying to show like Donald Trump was able to get attention in the US, no, in Mexico, even while he was not elected. So I was just trying to show that that scale is important. So Alex, nimeona umenijibu. On Saturday ulienda Manyasi. I wanted you to guide us. You refused to come. Sasa sijui ni namna gani. Yeah, so we wanted somebody to shed light about Matiang'i trip, but we were unable to get anyone to tell us. Yeah, so but ni sawa is so sikujua hii team yetu ni kama like we couldn't be able to get somebody to tell us about Matiang'i. So Jerry is not about that. I was just trying to show like you as opposition, you have to make inroads through the governments which you are visiting. So I hope Gachagua, Matiang'i, and Kalonzo are making inroads to the government of the day. Yeah, so yes, it is good they are looking at that. Anyway, ni sawa. So I was just trying to show. So nilikuwa tunaonesha tu watu, it is always very important for people to, you have to do that outreach to other nations. We also, I know the outreach will not be done, but yeah, so no problem. So then basi Budi, hata kama basi you are unable to tell us why not come and summarize for us what has been happening to Matiang'i in Minneapolis. So because I know much of people have visited, so ni sawa. Acha nikuingize. The G will be in the Midwest on Wednesday. Achmato. Legiju will be in the middle. Yeah, okay, so we will still continue following them, following all of them. Maybe some of the outreach which they are doing, but let me tell you, it can bring a very big impact. If I don't know what can be done, but I wish Gachagua, Matiang'i, or Kalonzo, they can push for a presser with either a senator or in America or in Germany. Like that image will also be good. I'm not saying that but there's something to show like they have made some inroads. Yeah, Budi and Lea, how are you?
Niko poa Njuru. Sorry for the other day. I had to drop because we were in that meeting and I realized it wasn't possible for me to speak, and
Yeah,
I had to drop.
Yeah, that one is okay. Like we really wanted to be guided what is happening. So has Matiang'i left Minneapolis or he is still there?
I think he should have left this morning, but I don't know. I think he hasn't probably, but he should have. I think his team is still here. I think Kibagend is still here and other people. So
yeah, very good. So tulete Kibagend basi siku hata moja basi. Tell him there's a place where Kenyans speak. If you're a bit closer, I feel you are closer to him.
yeah, I mean it was a packed weekend. We had planned to do that, but it wasn't possible. So I don't know. I mean, probably once he gets back in Kenya, we'll be able to do that. But it looks like by this time when he's around here, it's almost impossible.
Okay. So is it possible for you to tell us, like, I know we have listened to what Matiang'i said on the videos, but is it possible? Can you tell us about the body language there, the chemistry with the people, being factual and being able to build a campaign which can win unity and inclusion? Can you tell us some of the things which you don't see in speeches? Like, can you tell, like, is it possible? Did you note something? Did you note like an environment which can be a scare to Kasongo? Maybe from your own evaluation, can you judge for us the environment and maybe the enthusiasm which maybe people could be having? The in-law. I know it's not everything which is shared out there, but did you see seriousness in these people?
First of all, I want to thank you for your continuous contribution, in this channel. And I want to acknowledge that it's picking up and a lot of our people are watching it, whether we are putting videos or not, like we have our faces. But some of the people do recognize our voices because they come all the way from Tembei, moments when we used to have good dialogues. There's a sizable number of people who are still following us, and I heard them talk about it. We were somewhere chatting, and some people were saying, these people shifted from Tembei, they went to Sound Candy Talk, but finally they have a new home that looks like they decipher issues in a better way than we used to. So I think that's a big congratulations to you. So people are speaking highly of how probably we have, evolved or metamorphosized in terms of thinking and our affiliations. So I think you're doing a good job. That's what I came to know. I wasn't sure if people really knew about us here in Minneapolis, but it looks like there was a sizable number of people, including the chair, who told me that he does watch from behind. Yeah. So having said that, in politics, it doesn't matter if you're affiliated to something or not. When you are giving a synopsis of what has happened, sometimes
you can take the excitement out in order to give the true picture of the reflections, the optic nerves. Entire event. I was supposed to start on Friday, and but Mheshimiwa failed to come, and his team actually had to reschedule, so he eventually came here on Saturday. And as a tradition, probably from the other leaders, we expected him to go to church, and because predominantly the people that were hosting him usually go to church on Saturday, which again he failed, and the anticipation, kinda dived down, so he never attended the church, and which created a lot of consequences in terms of how people viewed him and and how they participated overall. And unlike he was expected, because him being a Sabbath keeper and Gachagua not being, Gachagua actually went to church in Dallas in Metro where they were preaching actually in Kisii and translating to so that was a big letdown for Matiang'i to his own people. This is what I heard them say. But when he came, I think Matiang'i understood one thing that we did not understand, that the people that were in the leadership position to pick him from the airport and guide him on his itinerary were not inclusive. So they were exclusive in their own way, and sort of an elitist group, which usually ends up not failing. It's the perpetual nature of the diaspora meetings. And I don't know if you have experienced that, but we've been here too long to understand that some people, because of the means and their education, they have overtaken the way meetings are run, and therefore you don't feel the effect of you sitting down like in a town hall meeting and be able to have questions and answer, have tea, and you feel the presence of your leader and be able to interact. And because of that, I think a sizable number of people were disappointed. For instance, the dinner was not attended very well, because they ended up saying you will be paying $250 and above, which a lot of people boycotted because they understand that money will not get eventually to the team, or even if it had to, it is too early to start giving money without listening to the message. So a lot of people stayed out, and there was a sizable crowd, and I think eventually the people allowed they did not pay them the full amount. Come on Sunday yesterday, a large crowd showed up, a really large crowd, and it wasn't only a Kenyan crowd. I mean, there were Somalis, there were Sudanese, there were Cameroonians, there were Nigerians, I mean, a whole lot of people showed up. Unfortunately, the cartels again took him. It was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. And wherever they took him, he ended up going to the state capital on Sunday when it was not functional. And we don't know what he went to do there. And by the time he came, the hall that we had hired had only 2 hours, to compress the whole itinerary, which did not work very well. The expectations of the people are really deflated. I'm trying to say that the organizational committee really failed because walijipendekeza. They did not allow the leader to speak to the people so that we can market him and listen to him, or for us to give him the love and the hope, we ought to have given him, so that as a shared responsibility, both in the diaspora and other places, so that the people back at home can understand that this is the preferred candidate. Nevertheless, we were patient with that, and he gave a speech that was electric. And as soon as he finished, the people had to tell us where we had rented that we needed to get out because the traffic was huge. And there was just parking space that anticipated became, it wasn't enough. And therefore, as soon as we finished, some people had to just go and get their cars, leave because they were blocking others. Overall, when I spoke with many people, I think they were happy, but they were left disappointed. They were hopeful, but their hopes were not fully fulfilled the way they wanted. And I think we saw the mistakes that we made. Now, one of the key mistakes they said that they saw was we did not build a grassroots that soldiers that when Matiang'i will finally declare its candidature, will be able to roll on the ground like the 2007-8 Obama candidature that we saw a lot of volunteers from Minnesota, go to Illinois, go to Indianapolis, go to Iowa. Remember, he won Iowa because of the grassroots that Obama built of Kenyans here in Minnesota. I remember very young people went to the border of Iowa and Illinois because they understood they could win there instead of the mainland and the farmlands in Iowa. And therefore, they tilted the win of that nomination towards Obama, and Clinton had anticipated to win. So I think people are anticipating to build that kind of grassroots. It was below bar. So if you look overall, what Matiang'i ought to do in preparation for his candidature, so to build a strong grassroots, both for people who will be volunteering to walk door to door, to be calling, or a database that will allow in terms of financial collection. I think they failed terribly in that. So I don't know what was his core, desire to achieve when he came here, but I don't know, when as a candidate and when you go to a base whereby it is viewed to be, or it might become your financial, capital, I think you need to come out stronger. So people felt that I think we had achieved literally nothing. It was like the same meetings that they have back home, whereby somebody stands up on top of vehicles and gives a speech, and they leave, they go back home. I think people wanted more than that. People wanted to be involved. If you listen to the speeches, some of them were very boring, honestly. There's a lady that went there and took like 20 minutes telling us what she was doing, what she has done, what she will be doing, not in terms of supporting Matiang'i or the opposition. She was actually, parading her CV in front of us. But the young people who spoke the four of them, I think they had a very strong message which actually resonated with Matiang'i. One young girl, and I hope if you look at that video, you need to play the message of that young girl to become the signature speech for that country, because for me, I found that to be a revolutionary speech. She said, I am going to speak in regard to mental health. And I was like, what's wrong with this girl? I mean, we are here for politics. So she started like, I'm not a psychologist, but this is key to what we young people at GNCs need. She ended up articulating how the government and the past, our parents and the past government have caused havoc, trauma, and damage to young people, that what they are looking for, they are not just looking for a presidential candidate, they are looking for a person who will heal the country, who will reconstruct the country. Somebody who is not only a father, but a doctor. Not only a doctor, but a good doctor. And how she articulated that, I really liked it, because if you see how our country and what, she connected the dots, that to see young people go to the streets ready to die, it's a damaged society. It's a traumatic society. It's a society that does not give hope to the children. And I was crying because I'm part of that damage. I caused this damage to these young people. And eventually he had to ask Matiang'i, are you that kind of candidate that is able to heal this country, so that for the first time we will have healthy youths, healthy in mind, healthy in pocket, and healthy in body? And I honestly, for the first time, I came to understand why the GNCs are acting the way they are acting. It is a sick society. Does not require a sick president. That requires a healthy president who can do the diagnostic and be able to heal a whole nation. You say, all the young people, you may not see it because we have sick parents who have given birth to sick children, and therefore nobody is able to know that we are already sick and we are terminally sick, because it has become a normality. I wanted Matiang'i to pick from there. I don't think he picked. He ended up telling stories that, honestly, after I listened to that young girl, I think he ended up deviating, which for me did not make any sense. Because what is being presented to you is, we are a sick society. We are a sick nation. Are you that man that will be able to heal us before we die? So the youth carried the day for me, actually, because one of the young boys said this issue of saying the future is for us, and how he articulated was so concrete that if you are saying it's the future, then what is our role right now? So should we postpone our energy for the future when we have waned and we have resigned from our active duties? Is that when you want us to stay in? So I think as a sick society, we are not able, me and the millennium and the older generation, we are not able to agitate for what the younger generation may need. And therefore, I think we should stay on the side when it comes to what the nation needs. Because I think if these youths are 70% of the nation, and basically they are as sick as we are, even more sicker, because at least they don't have any hope, or they don't have the jobs that maybe we had before, or their tuition will not be paid the way we were paid for, or they cannot get a boom the way our parents got a boom. So what they say, they are more sicker. So then I asked the question, is Matiang'i capable? Is Rigathi Gachagua capable? I'm sorry to say this, and for me, and whether people like it or not, I don't think Matiang'i will be able to carry that mantle if he continues to articulate issues the way he's articulating. I did a comparison between what Matiang'i did over the weekend with what Rigathi Gachagua did over the weekend. I think Rigathi Gachagua has mastered the art and the science of listening to the people. Not only telling the people what they ought to hear, but I think there is some genuineness in him. Matiang'i, in my diagnostic, political diagnostic, I think he still has fear. I don't know if the meeting or the whether it was by coincidence, because I think I heard people saying maybe he was deflated by the meeting between Uhuru and Ruto, or the pictures that we saw before he spoke. We don't know, but the truth is that he's not taking charge. He's being controlled. Gachagua is not being controlled. Gachagua is taking charge. Gachagua took time completely to come here for 2 months. Gachagua had a mission. Gachagua is completing that mission. Matiang'i seems to be like a passerby. Okay? It's the same optics that we have seen when somebody comes to your village and people say, oh, one term. I don't think we are ready for that. People want to sit down and have Q&A. It is sad that we in the diaspora who have town halls, okay, and who know the benefit of town hall meetings cannot have an opportunity to ask leaders tough questions. You see, some of these questions that are difficult that maybe Matiang'i did not answer in the interviews or he fell short of answering could have been answered right here in Minneapolis or right there in Baltimore or somewhere else. And I thought probably because maybe he was not comfortable in the two places. Now that he's coming home, and by saying home, I mean it, because I think predominantly, if there is a tribe that is more in Minneapolis, apart from the Somalis, it's the Kisses. So I felt that if we asked him the same question and answered, because we could give him the comfort, or not only the comfort, the atmosphere or the miasma for him to be open and be able to articulate the issue of Yala, the issue of ABCD that, is lagging, is because he kept on saying that's a two stanzas, two stanza song. No, it's not two stanza, it's following him. So I thought that, he will sit down and take charge, take control, prepare so that questions can be asked, so that he can follow up, answer those questions, put them to rest, and concentrate on his candidature. And I think he has left more hanging on his coat than before. So, being the first time, probably maybe he's doing these things politics, I will urge him, I will urge him to take charge. Because the problem with the diaspora over the 25 years I've been here, when leaders come, is there are those people wanajipendekeza, they come in, they want to take control, they want to take photos, they want to do everything, but they fail to understand that when all is said and done, we will do the diagnostics and ask the question, did he fulfill what he came to do here? For Matiang'i, for me, it was 0%. He did not fulfill anything. He gave the speeches that we have heard him say the same things in the media. There was nothing new. We needed somebody who is ready to sit down and be asked tough questions and be able to answer them and be able to be accountable for the past mistakes. And also, though he said that he elected, though he did touch that, but I don't feel that it should have been in a speech. It should have been through interrogation. If you compare him with Gachagua, what Gachagua is really doing, Gachagua is really trying. I wish Gachagua could be my presidential candidate. So far until today, I think he's the only person who is serious and who understands what he needs to do to that country. Matiang'i is being pushed, and he needs to really change if he really wants us to take him serious. We are not choosing somebody because he's our tribe. No, we want somebody who will counter Ruto, but also do something better. So I hope he changes. So the weekend was busy, but the cartels took over. The people who want nomination, they were asking, which party are you running from? Which he failed to mention. That's all they wanted. And for me, there's nothing that Matiang'i said that really changed his coming to diaspora.
Okay. Alex, let me get from there, and because I want to advance you, because I know campaign is a rectification. You keep on rectifying, and I think Matiang'i seems to be stagnant. I agree on that. It's like there are some nozzles, ni kama hata ndege ikitoka, there are some nozzles which don't seem like to be removed. And I don't know why. And for me, the advice I can give, I think, and maybe you can give me on my own evaluation and my observation, I think, you know, these things even happen in presidential candidate. You know what happens is that there is something we call popularity. If your popularity is not changing, you have to keep on changing your advisors, and until you get the best one, because you know this thing is a trial, probability, statistical. You might not be having the best person, but if you keep on changing, at the end of the day, you know, sometimes people say that this one cannot keep, but I think Alex Budi, and that one of the reasons why, like, let me call him like the white empire, Muzungu. The reason why Muzungu is able to produce is because Muzungu understands something we call hire and fire. I don't know, Alex Budi, because for us is at sometimes we keep royalty too much, even at times whereby we are supposed to purge, and at times you can actually stagnate or not able to do anything because we don't understand the power of fire and hire. So maybe Budi, in terms of that, without trying to give a lot of explanation in that, do you feel it has now reached a level whereby it is either Matiang'i, because you still need people, you know, this is how we understand the health of a campaign. Do you think it has reached a level where now Matiang'i should now overhaul his outreach team, and maybe he can try new people with some new experience, more local experience in Kenya, people with more experience of how maybe the Kenyan politics can be done and engagement, or he still continues with the people who are still piling his campaign? And in that level, maybe can you also advise me, do you think that team which is trying to build up his campaign can be able to get inroads, and how much more time do they need to actually propel Matiang'i to a candidate who is competitive? Because at the end of the day, when it comes to presidency, there must be competition. You have to be competitive. 1 year to election, Matiang'i has to he has to enter that competitive zone. So if you will not be able to enter that competitive zone, he will either have to recede or go to somebody, or he now start fighting for smaller position, like vile akina Muraro walikuja wakaanzia kusema, akina Muraro wanatokezea kama mimi, I want to be the president, then wanafuse out and wanasema hata sitaki siasa tena, because you have to build that momentum very fast and very quick. So I think people who love Matiang'i and they don't want to see him wasting money and wasting time, I think they have to sit down with him and they overhaul the whole of his campaign team. So what can you talk about that when it comes to hire and fire, especially for the team, for the people who are planning his campaign? Because personally, I feel either his campaign has been infiltrated by people who do not want to see him as a starter, or maybe those people do not have experience, but there is something which is not tying up, because you cannot tell me like Matiang'i is unable to attend a church service, which is very pivotal for Kenyan politics. And I'm not saying that we encourage politics in the church, but you know very well, in our African society, being in a church, even if you are not doing politics, being that congregation is key. Like it is more pivotal than a town hall. Unatoka kwa kanisa, unaenda kwa town hall. It's more pivotal because you begin by connecting with people there. There's a way in which we forget about the environment which Ruto has built about the church. Watu wanaenda kudanganya na huko. I'm talking about that natural creation which we get in the church. So, and I think these are some of the things we need to start speaking about, not out of hate of Matiang'i, but out of love, because we will not want to see him wasting time and money, and we don't want to see him becoming an starter, or to waste his 2 years, including to the level whereby he resigned even from a UN job, or it is a World Bank job, to just come and do something which will not resort to anything. I think people with good emotional intelligence should now be able to tell him, either drop a hammer here. And another thing, maybe as we talk, this issue of capturing a candidate. You know, capturing a candidate, it doesn't come out very well, globally, by the way. So these people, they have also to allow Matiang'i a space of breathing, whereby they have to allow him also to put his own messaging. We need to see a natural Matiang'i, a Matiang'i who is a rhetoric. You know, when you are doing presidential campaign, we need to see all your character. We need to see an angry Matiang'i, a lovely Matiang'i, a confrontational Matiang'i. We have to see you in all dimensions. But we cannot only see a candidate who is having like one character trait. I know Alex Budi, you understand that one because it comes out from emotional intelligence, because there's no way in which like we cannot see the anger side of you, we cannot see the motivated side of you. We need to see a being. But the way I'm seeing Matiang'i, I'm seeing a candidate who is like you cannot see all the spheres of a human being. And it is problematic to me. I'm not discouraging him, but I want to see a natural human being. So I need to see hunger. I need to see motivation. I need to see all those things. Budi chukulia kutoka hapo. I know you understand what I mean, because we are trying to advise here, and this campaign has to get momentum. Because I know he must be having pollsters by now. If he doesn't have pollsters, he is failing, because pollsters keep on looking at your progression and they can put advice accordingly. So can you comment about that?
One thing I noticed from the very beginning that was key to the failure of his tour to us, or his visitation, Matiang'i does not have a messaging. You know, any critical or any serious presidential candidate must have a slogan that is of originality of thought, not borrowed, and or a cliche that you can joke about and people can erupt into jubilation and cause. For instance, cousin thing, it was an eruptive way to disrupt the nature of which they had said, Shagwa is a tribalist. The one-time thing, was to tell him, look, if you are saying that tungoja uchaguzi, then you are a one-time president. So Matiang'i and his team are totally bankrupt of a message. They have no message. And let me be categorical on this. The cartels or the elites that are surrounding Matiang'i, when you speak with them, it's a laughing stock of brains who are banking on past glory. They want us to judge Matiang'i based on his record of the past glory. Like there is no creation of new glory. They want us to talk about when he was. And I find that to be very insinuating, or rather very defeating to me, that I should judge a man based on how he got his firstborn. Okay, and that is it. Okay, he's an unfunctional man who just got a firstborn, and that is it. And 60 years later, he wants us to say, "Oh, you are a strong man." That is not going to happen in this election, and we should not happen. Secondly, they want to create what was created before. They want us to create a deity, the way we created a deity in Raila, which is a mistake I will never be, reconditioned to. I was reconditioned and I made a mistake to subscribe to this political tenant whereby Baba is always right. Akisema right, akisema left. Akikwambi, I went even further to be, sycophantical even sometimes to laugh without refuting. Tu akikwambia bibi yako akona mimba, anza kununua diapers. They want to recondition us to that Matiang'i will be the best president. Matiang'i has never done anything wrong. Matiang'i, like that is what the people that are surrounding Matiang'i, that is what I saw they are riding on. Heck no, you're not going to ride from that. You know, you're not going to ride on a tribe. You're not going to ride on your past.
Don't blame those people because unajua maybe it is their first time to be psychopaths. They don't have experience of being psychopath. So unajua sasa wewe, you have already been a psychopath somewhere. So for you to become a psychopath a second time, you have to really think. So maybe I'm a psychopath or mara ya kwanza.
I don't think at their age, I think they have a repeated tendencies of psychophancy, and I think it has become redundant. I think that's the only politics they can play. I think they don't have originality of mind. I don't think if at my age I'd already become a psychopath. These are people who are older than me. I think they are products and byproducts, both of psychophancy. So I'm not going to exonerate them from that. If it was Gen Zs, then I think I could give them a leeway. But on them, and these are elite people. If you look at that group, it was Dr. Mandi, Dr. Kari. We even had, Hulda, who is a representative here. Nobody came out rightly to ask, what is your message? Okay? Matiang'i has no messaging. Fact number one. Okay? Secondly, Matiang'i wants us to ride on his past glory. Look, we cannot allow this.
You will continue. Okay, endelea ni sawa. Endelea is okay.
No, go on. Let's debate. Go on.
No, kidogo, wacha nichukue simu hapa for 5 minutes alafu nikuje. Kidogo tu. Go ahead.
Then don't go. So I think if you look at his speeches, they are tied to a past glory. They are not articulating, the new emergency of our young people demanding for their positions and their livelihood today and now. Issues of security, which we thought he was an expert, I don't think he has deciphered in depth to the core of allowing us to understand the illegalities that Ruto is doing. For instance, if you compare somebody like Justin Muturi, when he was fired or he got out and he started affiliating, he came out and said, these are the illegalities these people are capable of doing. Signing contracts in the airport. You've not seen any, thin-veiled, not only criticism to attack Ruto on his desperation to silence the people. His rhetorics are more of morbid, like they are ambiguous, that if he was to be questioned, he will say that was that directed to you? So we have a coward in the name of a presidential candidate. We do not have this courageous man. And my open criticism to Matiang'i does not mean that I cannot prefer him as a presidential candidate. I want him to take a different trajectory, a trajectory that will allow us to start putting him into accountability as soon as possible, not to look at him as a deity or a person that we need to protect so that he can win election first, so that other questions will ask. We've done that a lot. Remember at the beginning, the mistake we made, even in this journey of Raila and Ruto coming to form a coalition. When the talk started, we refused to criticize. When Nadco report, actually we disagreed with, I was a lone wolf Okay, I was the wolf and other people were, you know, sacred cows, because I called him a dealer. I said, no, this guy is managing and duping us openly, because I understood where he was leading us. And that is the preferential treatment we are trying to give Matiang'i. Honestly, why would we play the politics that we've played before? Did not work. And we want to play the same script, hoping that tutatoa Ruto and things will be different. You know, I listen to Ruto, and I don't listen to him because I like him. But, you know, now we are exonerating Ruto openly when he says these people have no agenda. The only thing they are saying is one term. You know, when he says that and we, you know, criticize him, and somebody comes on TV and say, no, the number one agenda, and it's a national agenda, is to get Ruto out, then tunamtetea. We come here tunamtetea, because I was guilty of that. Nilitetea Sifuna. I said, you know, no. When RB and other people came here, wakasema aje, no, I think Sifuna is duping us. I came, I said, no, let's give him time. This is a young man. These are the things he has said. You know, RP and the rest were right, because a few days later, he was the one reading again the memorandum. So how many times are we going to make these mistakes by putting somebody to be a sacred cow, hoping, anticipating, false hope that this person is going to change? I think it's a high time we must play our politics of knuckleheads and say, you know what, this is a colossal failure. This is a presidential candidate that is playing safe. This is a person that knows too much but tells us nothing. Matiang'i has told us nothing since he declared that he's interested. Rick G has told us a lot. Rick G has told us a lot. The same comes to, Kalonzo. Kalonzo has told us nothing. Okay, so if Matiang'i and Kalonzo talk a lot but tells us nothing, why would we even start promoting or propelling their candidature just because we fear that Rigiji cannot be our presidential candidate? I think so far we cannot say we don't have a presidential candidate. We have a presidential candidate in the name of Rigiji, whether we like him or not, whether we trust him or not. He seems to be the only person coming out to be more presidential, to be more national, to be more open, and to be more engaging, and to have a vision and a goal wherever he goes, what he wants to achieve. So you know, when Jiru asks, how can we direct, Matiang'i has been in public service for more than 10 years in high offices. He's not a man to be directed, or he knows, you know, one of the best things to be a teacher, of which I happen to have a history of, one of the things you are taught in teaching is to have class control. And class control does not mean you tell, oh, students, keep quiet. No, there is a way you approach anything, even with unruly student, until you bring the class into pin drop silence. And Matiang'i, having been in the government, a de facto deputy president and a prime minister at the same time, he wielded power than Ezekiel Oyugi wielded, and his office had more power, more money, more execution of policies than any other office in the history of our republic. He's not to be directed in terms of messaging. He's not to be directed in terms of policy proposing. These are things that are on his fingerprints. Why is he not coming out forthright? Because he's a coward. Period. There's nothing less or more. The guy is playing safe. Why is he playing safe? Let me propose why he's playing safe. Because he knows that his boss was guilty of some things. Because he knows he's also guilty of some things. But you see, we are willing to give our country a second chance to a person. And we start on a clean slate if they are willing to look at the problem, define them rightly, so that they can be able to deal with them rightly. So if you cannot define the problems, you have no messaging. Okay, how do we trust you? Okay, maybe I am too harsh to Matiang'i. Can somebody really help me? What Matiang'i, since he came to the platform, since he resigned, what has been his core messaging? Is he different from, is he better than Kalonzo? Is he different from Kalonzo? I find him even a little bit lower than Kalonzo, because Kalonzo at least has a party and has members of parliament and so on and so forth. So he has a platform. So I think this is a loose platform that he has of anticipation, you know, and expectations. And as we all know, expectations is the mother of all what? Disappointments. And we are rooting ourselves to what is called a mother of all disappointments. So the earlier the better for us to start asking, you know, who is this Matiang'i? What message does he have? What is he telling us? Is it just the same, you know, same speeches, good English, making us happy? But in terms of, you know, messaging is not just rhetoric. You can almost feel the message and the resolution within the message and the urgency of the messaging on how things will work on day one. I don't think Matiang'i has articulated that, or he's willing to articulate that. A good friend of mine confided this, which I will not say. He's still on the periphery saying, I want to know if this is God's will. Matiang'i has not decided if he wants to go for the seat. He is still praying and fasting if it is God's will. And we know the politics of Kenya, it's not about fasting and praying. It's about grabbing power. Raila has won elections, but he never grabbed the power. So if we voted for him, will he grab the power and lead us? That is another question. I don't think he's willing to do that. He hasn't shown that resolve. So I think if Julia was here, I think he would have answered me today, because he talks highly of him, and I wanted her to.
You can return. 1 minute, Elbudi. Julia can return, and as she returns, let me ask you a question so that you can combine with that. Can you help me to understand now? Do you think now, Matiang'i needs to engage more politics, because I saw Kibagendi. Kibagendi was in low scale in Minneapolis. Akuongea mingi, I don't know, and I usually see Kibagendi is more outspoken. The other guy, the Kisii senator. Why can't he be able to utilize them more as he tries to see, you know, saa zingine unaweza kuwa una mistari, but you can also build a platform through others. So and this is what happens, especially when you realize in politics, you are not a high note speaker. You know, not speaking, we call it high note speaking. High note speaking is whereby you are able to take people to a certain direction. Why is Matiang'i not trying to utilize the capability of these men? Because I know there are some able men in his campaign. He is a bit, he wants to conduct a very relaxed politics, which some people are agreeing with it. Especially unajua mtu kama mimi, because I cannot vote Ruto, Budi, because hatuwezi pigia Ruto, we understand it. Matiang'i akuje kama maziwa lala, akae vile anakaa, we don't care, we appreciate it. Lakini there is another group which want to see politics with angles. Hey, you know, for us, we don't care. You know, and that's why I think Matiang'i has also to be careful. He is not speaking to people like us, because some of us, our minds are already made up. Some of us, we cannot go to Ruto. Hata akuja tuweke ice cream kwa mudomo. But there are people who are manipulated by rhetoric. Even as you know, even for you to implement some of the good things which we say you want to do, you have to getting power is, and that's why I like that statement from Gachagua. Gachagua akiulizwa na watu utafanya nini? Gachagua anasemanga kila saa, we have to first of all get power so that we implement what we are telling people. And I think that's a very powerful statement. Don't you think Matiang'i, without I call it positive criticism, and it's good, positive. I appreciate positive criticism. Don't you think like it has reached a time where Matiang'i has to evaluate either the people who are maybe mtu mwanasiasa anapeangwa talking notes ama inakuanga aje, where are they talking, who is the speech writer for Matiang'i? These are things we need to ask, because like I know like even people like Obama used to have speech writer. At some time I also used to hear like his wife was also writing some talking writer. Ama hawa wanasiasa wanakujanga tu kuongea tu. There is somebody called speech writer. Who is Matiang'i speech writer? Because ukisema, when we start saying here like Matiang'i has no messaging, who is a speech writer? Because then if there's no messaging, how comes the speech writer is not? Because there are some people who are able to, unajua Bwana Mbudi as a technocrat like Matiang'i is, anaweza kuwa hana messaging, but the speech writer should be able to bring out this thing. I don't know. So like without like trying to over-investigate or to say much, ama Matiang'i hajafika hiyo level ya kukuwa na speech writer. Sasa hii tu ni yeye tu anafanya kila kitu. Mbudi, go ahead.
I think my audio is having an issue. I will go out to come in.
Okay, no problem about that, because Juria amekuja, but Juria, I would want you to help me understand. We are not critiquing we are giving positive criticism to Matiang'i because we want him to coming out because the messaging has to come out. Where is the speech writers? Ni akina nani wanaandikianga Matiang'i? Ama Kenya uhitaji hao? Kenya, we don't work with the speech writers.
I have not sijasikiza Matiang'i in the recent past, Njiru. I don't know what's happening.
No, I'm asking the most important person in a campaign, and resident, you need to come and confirm this to me. The most important person in a campaign, anaitangwa speech writer. You cannot be in a campaign and you don't have a speech writer. Maybe we could say it is not an African art. We could say it is an art of the West. But be assured that akina Uhuru, they used to have speech writers. There is somebody called a speech writer, na huyu ndiye analetanga rhetoric. Unaenda unajua ukipewa speech ya kwenda kuongea pale according to the event, kuna zile zinaitangwa nini, talking point. Wewe unakuja kuweka nyama. Unakuja unaweka nyama. But there must be a speech writer. So please Matiang'i and the people, I know some of the professors who are dealing with this campaign. Nilikutana na wao huko Seattle. Please, for heaven's sake, give Matiang'i a professional speech writer. That's what we are missing. Sababu vitu zingine kama nasikia Matiang'i.
Let me ask you, how do you give Matiang'i a speech writer when he's one of the best speech writers in Africa? I mean, Matiang'i is just a coward. How did Matiang'i rise up to be where he is today? When you look at his historicity, Matiang'i came from class to become the PA of that powerful man called who? Nyachae. And over the years, this guy has written speeches for Uhuru Kenyatta. At some point, he wrote it for Raila, though he doesn't want to, disclose some of these things. The guy can write good speeches. The guy is just, like there are things that have tied him. As rightly said, this is a candidature being propelled by probably an entity that is controlling his rhetoric. Because on a usual stand, we know Matiang'i very well. This is not the normal Matiang'i. This is not the usual Matiang'i. This is a reconditioned Matiang'i. Okay, it's a reconditioned. It's a puppet.
That is where you will.
He's a puppet. He will. He has. Let him listen. Tell the king right on his face that his mouth is thinking.
Okay, kidogo Alex, unajua leo nimeamua lazima there is a model we are doing somewhere, na msiulize iko wapi, and it's a very big model. Na msiseme mimi ni support wa Gachagua, mimi nimesema tu niwaekee. That is what our model is saying. You might criticize it, but that's what our model is saying. Nimesema tu niwapee leo. It's a model with close to 2 million data points. So niambie, is that normal? And it's not that
Julia is here. Julia, she will speak much. I watch those speeches of Matiang'i. She's preparing. I know Julia is going to come after me. But, you know, I was one of the people abnormally who came out and said, and I borrowed the statement of PK, not Stone PK, the other PK who came here and he's been very active with us. And he came here and even confirmed the reason why the Kambas have always supported Dume Kibaki ni moja peke yake, and you have a bunch of female cows. You don't just give one that book. You leave it in anticipation, and I think, you know, to the credit of Ruto, Ruto planned and it was his execution was with precision on how he finished the leadership of the mountain, and he thought that it had already died until, you know, Gachagua mushroomed, and once Gachagua mushroomed again after the impeachment, he has totally taken over. Okay, and I said from the very beginning, and I appealed to the Kikuyu people: you cannot be without a leader. Take whatever you have, embrace it. The future and the way the politics is handled in this country, who was shown to be what? A coward. You guys love him. You guys want him. You have even gone to that place you guys go every year. You have made him to be a patron. Gachagua said he will be our patron, but you know, his nature, his attitude towards the mountain and coalesce leadership has always shown the middle finger to the people, even when the people really saying that, you know, take the vacuum. You know, we don't want a vacuum. But Gachagua is a man who, from the very beginning, even though I did not like his rhetoric, has stood for his people, even when his people did not stand for him. Okay? Even when his people did not understand what this man meant for. Until today, there are people still who, from his community, wanamuita Mukabila. I don't think that is true. The fact that he speaks about it tells you volumes, unlike other people who don't speak, but they have monitors in every sector, every village of their people in the government. So for Gachagua to have these numbers, it does not scare me, or it does not surprise me. Gachagua has earned it. Gachagua, of all people I never thought could earn my vote, was Gachagua. Gachagua earned my vote long time ago, before even I realized it, because I kept listening to him. I kept asking questions about this man. I kept, you know, comparing when he was talking about shareholders, some things that used to hurt me during the campaign, and what he's talking. You know, I kept questioning why I underrated this man. And many people today will tell you that we underrated this man. Though, for me, I will not say I totally underrated him. When they had the vice presidential candidate debate, you know, Bernard had to drop me several times because I was like, Gachagua won this debate. Let us stop lying. Gachagua won this debate. From the moment how he executed and put Martha Karua, though he used some bad words when he came and said, I'm a husband, I'm a Christian, you know, all these things he said just to demean Martha Karua from the very beginning. And that's politics. That's how you do politics. So for Gachagua to have 33%, don't, you know, Njiru, you have some fear kuwa tutakupiga hapa tuseme umetoa hizo numbers wapi, we start arguing. No, Njiru, wacha hiyo uoga, wacha kuwa kama Matiang'i, bro. Put the figures out so that people can, no, nyamaza Njiru. You know, you are sitting on the face that don't ask me, don't do this. You are worse than Matiang'i right now. Bro, put the numbers what Kenyans are saying. Kenyans are outrightly right now crying for somebody to get Ruto out. And we are not joking about it. But the more we joke about it, the more we are going to be overtaken by events because we are sitting on the fence. You two are sitting on the fence. Don't come here with numbers of 2 million that are organic and start saying that don't ask me where they came from. That's nonsense, bro. Put the numbers, let us debate them. Gachagua earned his position. When he came from Kenya to here, we thought that, the politics of Kenya will not be controlled by him. Every media is even when he's going to a local church here and say, this is what Gachagua said. Without him, there is no news in Kenya. He has earned his position. And that is how you earn in politics. So we are not going to decipher from this and start saying that, we don't know who said this. We don't know where these polls came from. I am among the 33%. And I will defend that 33%.
Yeah, when I'm good, those are results personally I don't like, but that's how it is. I don't like me every time tunaenda kuona hiyo kitu. I don't like those results, but it's like that is what is happening. So Julia, unaweza ongea. So but Kalonzo and Ruto are faring the same. So I don't know where in KTN they got the result that.
And that's why they want Kalonzo. That's why they want Kalonzo. Let Julia go ahead because we are going to deviate. Wachana manene ya Kalonzo. That's another whole topic.
Okay. So hizo nimeona hizo ni opinion polls za KTN Njiru ama ni za wapi hizo?
Hapana, mimi ila tufuatangi opinion poll ya KTN. Hiyo ni kitu imefanywa na data science. So Gachagua is like doubling Ruto popularity. Gachagua is doubling na hizi vitu zina change. So Gachagua is like doubling Ruto. Ruto and Kalonzo are the same. Matiang'i is slightly below them. That's how it is.
Wow.
So like, even now, and nasemi kwa vibaya, Matiang'i is doing worse than Ruto.
That is sad. That is sad. Yenyewe.
But he has an opportunity. That's why I like Alex Budi nimeuliza swali hapa. Does Matiang'i have pollsters? Because pollsters inform messaging. You have to connect polling and messaging. So that if the polling is, like for example, if you look at Gachagua, if you look at messaging ya Gachagua and his polling, they are connected. You can see his rhetoric. Kama sahi Gachagua, when he was in, ile nilikuwa nikiwaambia, like when Gachagua was in Boston, when he was low energy, he crashed to 27. This one actually has improved today morning to 33. So from his messaging kule alikuwa Dallas. So and you can see actually messaging ya Gachagua in Dallas, it has been accepted. Matiang'i has fallen from 25 to 17 at the same time.
But he has fallen from far. The first info track thing, Matiang'i was the top with 30 something. Kama unakumbuka.
No, I understand. So me nasema the one which I'm monitoring, kuna ile naangalia, but he has fallen from 25 to 17. And I don't know the problem because those are the things which you have to keep on monitoring. You have to keep on monitoring because we are looking at communication TikTok, communication in Facebook, places kama hizi. The algorithm is not showing right. I think Matiang'i has to go look for somebody. Otherwise, ikiendelea hivi, he is like wasting time. And it's very unfair for him to waste time.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you people a question na Alex ako hapa atanijibu. Has Matiang'i been able to embrace a national outlook? I feel like he only depends on his kinsmen. And I never used to like the behavior of Gachagua a few months ago. I never used to like the behavior ya kwamba kila saa alikaa yeye ni mtu wa mlima, yeye hakuna kitu na he won't reach out to other communities. I never used to like that because I used to feel like if Gachagua siku anafikiria ati Gachagua can be a national leader, lakini he made me feel like he was just in a tribal cocoon. But then in the recent past, Gachagua has been making some moves there, that in his own tribal way, he's able to win other communities. Now, he has no apologies about that. Now, I don't know. I feel like the Kisi community, Alex, were overexcited with Matiang'i the way me I was excited, and they put him in the box. Na bado wako kwa hiyo box. Sijui namsikia aje. Alafu kuna another thing. Do you think right now Kenyans are desperate? I want to look at it this way. Kenyans are very desperate, and Kenyans just want a revolutionist. In fact, nafikiri kama Wakenya wanaweza tamani even a soldier to take over. They want somebody Ruto to go kama like yesterday. So do you think it is because Matiang'i does not look?
Julia, I will answer that one to you. Nitakwambia message. Let me tell you, ile desperation iko na Kenyans is extreme.
Yes.
And every time when ukienda pale kwa jukwaa and you are not tying up to the frustrations of Kenyans in a very heavy rhetoric, Wakenya wanapotea. And let me tell you, by the way, hata ukienda kwa social media, you'll be shocked. Go and look like when you want to know like how messaging is going. And uone siku hizi hata wale watu wanafanya podcasting za Ruto is killing young people nini. Go and see like those podcasts are becoming very
making a lot of money.
Because that's where the messaging is. So the messaging is anti-Ruto. Go and uangalia hata video za jana. Go and look like video za jana when Chan started. Any person who is like showing very large videos, and one like wale watu walionyesha like places where people are saying like kuna one time messages kama za kina Cleopas Marara wakisema hiyo bao moja inamaanisha one time. Go and look at like the sharing of those messages. It is extreme. That's how you realize like how the messaging is. So and Julia, and that's why you can say like Martha Karua is also becoming. So umesikia Martha Karua leo akisema I think somewhere she was doing in the TV that wamemaliza kuassemble ile case wamemaliza kuassemble ile case wanataka kupeleka huko ICC. But these people are not able to give that messaging clear. And so in other words, what I'm trying to tell you, messaging ya Kenya, let me tell you, Julia, if you are a serious presidential candidate, you only need, you can actually launch a very successful campaign on a Ruto character. You don't need kukuja kusema utatengeneza stadium. Just have messaging about Ruto character. It is enough and it is resonating and it is the biggest reward for any presidential candidate. But I don't understand why these people are not. Kwani unafikiria mtu kama Gachagua, where is he getting like nini? Just using like and those ones you can note them. Pathological liar, muaji, unfulfilled promises. They are like you can see the messaging and the talking point. If you just concentrate with Ruto character, you galvanize Kenyans. But I don't know why you want to say like we will change this. Wachana hata na vitu kama SHA. Just focus on Ruto character. It is enough. But they are not getting it.
Because right now, Njiru, to add on what you are saying, Kenyans, Ruto has hurt Kenyans so bad that they are no longer looking at.
Okay, Julia, as you come, na ukitaka kujua ni hivyo kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia siku nyingine alienda pale kuna chezo wa pool. Budi hii nataka kuwachekesha. Huyo besti yangu alienda pale kuna chezangu wa pool. Alienda hapo bana. I want to show you how he is just in a pool table. Huyu mtu bana atatua tumalize bana. Alex Good, I want to tell you.
Okay, Njiru, let me
huyu mtu bana atatumaliza bana. Bana. Hata sasa kwani tukishutua miguu hatutakufa. Like watu wale wanaweka miti ya pool chini wasikiliza hiyo story. Buda hebu tuelezee bana. Bana umse atatumaliza atarumbaja bana nini? So what does that one tell you? End up what uanze kusema tukileta umse hapa atatuwekea SGR. That messaging is not resonating. Now people are fighting for life. And I think that is messaging people are not understanding. Until people understand that we are no longer looking for infrastructure now. We are now looking for how to survive. Messaging it a creek, and that is what people in the rural areas, they know now. We are like, we have a very dangerous person. and you're not able to isolate that character. Utoboi kwa campaign. So Matiang'i has to learn that. He has to learn on how to pinch Ruto. Lakini kama anataka kupita tu na side tu hivi, he doesn't want to mention Ruto, he doesn't want to talk about Ruto, Julia, he will never pick. Because messaging is right inside Ruto. And that is why unaona wale watu wanaongea story ya Ruto wanakuwa abducted. Because hata yeye mwenyewe amejua messaging ni yeye. So I don't know why Matiang'i cannot speak about Ruto, and it is the biggest reward for a campaign. Sijui Julia kama unanisikiliza?
Yes, I'm trying to say something unanikata.
You mute, please.
Sebastian. So I'm trying to say this.
Ama ni mimi? Let me see, ama ni mimi kwa mute.
Unisikia Njiru?
Oh, pole.
Unanisikia?
Oh, go ahead. Ni mimi kwa na shida. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to say this.
Umenisikia? Were you hearing me nikiongea?
Yes, I was hearing you.
So let me ask you a question as you speak. Why is Matiang'i, okay, not Matiang'i alone, why are these presidential candidates not focusing on Ruto character? And that's where the messaging
Let me
is.
the analysis first, then you ask me. Now, I was saying this. I think why Gachagua is getting support. Ni kwamba, Kenyans are hurting so bad. Ruto amekosea wa Kenya sana. They just want somebody who can make Ruto pay for his crimes right now. So as for hiyo ingine, wanasema, unajua juu someone was saying that people are saying Ruto must go, then we'll cross the bridge after that. It is because the people, Kenyans want Ruto to pay for his crimes so bad. So bad. And probably Matiang'i is not able to bring out that. So I guess that is how I look at that. Is why he's losing popularity. And wengine wetu, I have been feeling he's the only person who can perform and transform Kenya. I feel like transforming Kenya, yes. But then maybe somebody will ask me, we cannot transform Kenya before we remove Ruto. So that is maybe that is how I want to look at it in Njiru. That I'm looking at Fred Okemo Matiang'i as the only person who may be revolutionary and transform the health sector, transform the education sector, the infrastructure, maji, stima. Lakini somebody may tell me, Julia, how can we transform Kenya when Ruto is still president? That is what someone may ask me. And so that is why maybe Gachagua anaonekana akivuma. That's how I look at it, Njiru.
Yeah, I understand. Unajua sisi Matiang'i, hata tukiletoa Matiang'i tutampea kura tu. So it's not that I'm criticizing him for bad, but I just want him to understand how the messaging is floating in the country, because he seems to be out of touch. And I'm so surprised he's having a Canadian company which is not able to pick out that. I need that Canadian company to start investigating their messaging now. Matiang'i cannot have hired that Canadian company, and they are not able to get that information, and it is outside here. I hear that company did a very successful campaign for Boko Duma in Botswana, but why are they not able to gauge out what Kenyans want? I'm really frustrated. Julia, tutajaribu kusaidia Matiang'i vile tutaweza, but
I think we are not able because Botswana have someone like Ruto as a criminal. So we are on a two. Ruto ametupeleka in another scenario all the same. Now it is no longer even transforming Kenya. It is like this guy needs to go to jail. Kama jana. If we can borrow Traore kidogo for 2 months, pengine tunaweza saidika. That is the difference between Kenya and Botswana.
Julia, let me tell you something about presidential campaign. Hiyo nitakwambia. The reason unaona hiyo numbers ya Ruto, nataka kuwapea magic number leo. Magic number ya campaign inakuanga 33 to 35. If during election, if your popularity is below 30, you cannot go anywhere. Ndio unakutanga even in America, ndio nitawapea na experience ya America. In America, ndio unakutanga ma presidential candidate wanaanzia kugoja utama wanaanzia kusupport wengine. The magic number is usually between 30 and 35, because when campaign become hot, you can now build up the other 20. Those are the other mobilization. That's why if Ruto's number, and by the way, Ruto is even performing worse. There was a time he was at 18.7. Now he is at 17. I don't know why he is not improving. If Ruto numbers will continue being at 17, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know if you launch a second term or what you do, because you cannot launch a campaign where at numbers of 17. So Budi, ningetaka pia uniambie hiyo, if popularity ya Ruto itaendelea kukua 17, and you know the magic number for a campaign is 30. That's where you start. Sasa hapo ndio unaenda kwa launch. So if Ruto is at 17, what is he going to do? And you know, by the way, even by the Raila Odinga amepotea kabisa. Kwa data haonekani is very challenging. I don't know why, like there is a lot of less energy ya Raila Odinga. Even you cannot pick him up. So swali nakuuliza ni, even with the support of Raila Odinga to Ruto, and his numbers do not improve beyond 20, how is he going to talk about second term? And you know it is impossible, because even if you launch your presidential campaign at 20, kwani utaiba that? Are you going to, yani kwani zile utaiba, na wale watu wako walikuwa nasema tutamuibia. Are you going to steal like you have 20%? Are you going to steal that one to become a president? Ni swali nataka tu watu waniambie, like, because I don't get it. Because with the popularity of 20, less than 20, why is even Ruto talking of second term na two term? But you need to advise me, because I don't get it. You should be preparing to get out of power, because I don't know now if, unless Ruto has to look for other people, maybe atafute Kalonzo amumwagie hiyo 17 yake, I don't know, like right now it is impossible for Ruto to launch a second term at 17. Mimi nataka sasa mniadvise mtu at this level anafanyanga, and he is saying atafanya ni 2 terms bila break. I don't think akina Sudi na yule jamaa mwingine wa kule Kamket, kule Baringo, he understands that, even as he says that tutamuibia. Do they understand somebody with 17 is an unstarter? He can only combine with other people, and maybe I cannot even start even saying that you want even to be. But remember, this is somebody who is a president, and he has a deputy with himself. At least mtu kama Matiang'i, even if he is at 17, Matiang'i ukimpea Gachagua, maybe his numbers can go up. Maybe Gachagua ukimpea Matiang'i, his numbers can go up. So the mtu kama Gachagua, even if he is performing at 33, after akipata deputy wake, the numbers can surge up. But you know that the numbers can surge up, because his campaign now will become complete. But Ruto campaign is already complete at 17. So that's the reason why you can see he has to do a lot of stuff. So let's be prepared for. And Moses Kuria, we have to start now paying attention to Moses Kuria. I don't think at this level Ruto can allow an election, and it's something which we need to start talking, because even with this, hata Kalonzo tuseme ameenda kwa Ruto, is Kalonzo going to surge those numbers? So maybe that is something I want somebody to discuss with me, because I think Ruto campaign should just give up. I think it should just give up. So I don't know why.
If you look at the recent elections in Africa, where incumbents were very unpopular, and how they got out of power is because of those low numbers. In fact, even these data companies that work behind to fix the numbers, are not able to, because of the euphoria that you are not able to manage. For instance, the 2 cases that really surprised the world is Edgar Lungu of Zambia, a very strong persona, a person who actually stole elections by force and actually, ABCD, a president who was very, very commanding, But when it came to the numbers, how he was able to be gotten out was simply that the parties that were, running against him, in where he was unpopular, I mean, he had no opportunity to completely get even one councillor because they still use our old system, whereby only the president, the MP, and the councillor. So councillors and MP, they were completely, eradicated from those areas. And I think that is Gachagua, formula to power. If you look at Masisi of Botswana, he tried so much. But Ian Hammer and the Duma, they made sure that the members of parliament and the councillors within the new party that was a coalition had a majority. The key here in managing our numbers, because we must manage our numbers before we decide who is going to be a presidential candidate. A presidential candidate is not going to be based on a popular candidate. It's going to be based on managing numbers. And I think Ruto knows that the only way we can get him out is to do the 2002 thing and make sure that in certain areas is complete. And Ruto started playing the optics, the perspective, the political perspective of stealing. The photo up between him, Murkomen, and Natembeya, that photo alone, I don't know how much Natembeya was given, because that is not a normal photo. And you have heard akijipiga kifua baadaye anasema I'm the commando. The other day I was telling people here that be very careful with Natembeya. Yeah, we need him, but be very careful with Natembeya. That's some of the statements that he has said might end up going to hurt us. But immediately at that photo up, he's now started just stamping kwa any commando. I don't know if you saw that. You can put that clip. It's quite laughable. But that's what he wants. And you've heard Raila several times, because we hate him, we don't want to listen what he says. Say, Kalonzo akona sisi. It's just about time. And Raila has always predicted what Kalonzo will do. After 2007, I don't know what alikuja compare, but he has always found a way of putting Kalonzo in his bag. And as I said earlier on, when you saw Makau Mutua being given this office in the president, I don't know what is about Makau Mutua and Kalonzo that he knows that he always sways him more than the other side. So what Ruto will do is to make sure that he creates a perspective. But now, this weekend, I saw another perspective. I don't know if it will work, but I'm I don't know. Let me just say it. What I saw, it's going to happen in the coastal region, and I don't know if it will work or it will be also a mistake we are making. Moha is positioning himself to run for the governorship of Mombasa, and is banking on the Kikuyu votes, the Kamba votes, and also on the what? On the Somali votes and the Mijikenda votes, so that they can take the Arabs. And he has always been on the Gachagua side. So if we don't work so much so that the political perspective does not look like we have nobody in the coastal region, and Natembeya is now, they have already started these rumors in our media that there is power struggle between Natembeya and Wamalwa. They have already started, those usual theatrics whereby they collide leaders, and eventually, it starts like a joke and eventually it becomes a reality. It is so unreal, but they will push it until it becomes a reality. So if you look at what is happening, is divide and rule. And if you look at what Kamtet said today, he's also prepared, because Kamtet said we will rig if we don't win. Sudia said that nobody's arresting them. So they're also preparing you that, psychologically, they know the effect of people resigning that, watu tunaweza watoa in power kweli. Man, watu wametuambia too openly, like Ruto made a statement last time when we were in Azimio, hata mweka Oburu Odinga, bado nita win, because he understood he's going to steal, and therefore he was just preparing us that, there's nothing you can do. I've already paid my man. So if you look at the numbers, yes, Ruto is not doing very well. That is true. But on the perspective side, he's working so hard to create a perspective. And this is the perspective that as has Gachagua on toes, and Gachagua has been effectively been able to deconstruct it over and over and over, especially on the issue of cousins and how he has these TikToks and the media, and he speaks to a certain community and is able to speak their language like the Luya, so on and so forth. And I think that must continue. And that is why I'm saying Gachagua is ahead of Matiang'i by far. Matiang'i cannot sit on a simple TikTok and talk to GNZs. Matiang'i cannot even take a petition to Hague the way Maraga is doing. Matiang'i cannot come to what? To demonstrations the way Maraga has done, or the way Gachagua will not come, but will almost come and say that, I'm with you. You know why I'm not with you. So people feel him in the streets. They feel that he's with them, but he's not with them. Matiang'i, you don't feel him. You don't know that if he had an opportunity, he will be with you. So, and that is why I'm saying that right now, the candidates we have, and the candidates that Ruto thought that he could have, and Resilient is right, that when she says, or he or she says, you always say that it's a he, I always say it's a she. So the he, she is Resilient. Always says that if we put Wamunyoro there, Dani wins in the morning. I'm changing that perspective for me. I am seeing the real nightmare, if he makes a mistake of putting Wamunyoro there, if he makes a mistake of putting Wamunyoro there, I think this thing will be finished in the morning. What? People are already preparing that, you know what? Nani is weak, Matiang'i is weak, Nani is weak, Kalonzo is weak. And we are looking at a bull that is able to hold, Ruto by his own as early as possible. And signs are showing that people are buying and gravitating to that side, because they're also buying the narrative that our national agenda, number one national agenda, is to take Ruto out. So as these numbers come out, Ruto knows he's disadvantaged. But as an incumbent, he has the state powers, and the state powers are able also to cook their numbers as time goes by. But what is going to deconstruct Ruto completely? And I think that's what Gachagua is working there now, is to make sure that the Kisii are coalesced, on one person. The people from Western are also, and the mistake you also make sometimes when you make these kinglets and they are bought the last minute, they really injure your numbers. And Natembeya is not somebody, and I have kept saying this thing here over and over and over, not because I dislike a certain community, but I said as a young man, I had one time, Matiba says, Waluya ni malaya wa siasa, and not Waluya per se, like their politicians sometimes can sell you out without your knowledge. And I'm saying, yes, we can bank on Wamalwa, but Natembeya is fleeting. Natembeya will do a good job if he stays with us. But what makes you think that Natembeya will stay with us? What makes you think he'll stay with us if he has to play the second fiddle to Wamalwa, through their party, the party Ambolea? So I think we need to understand that this politics is not only about the numbers that, as you have said, Nani, as they come out, Njiru. It is more than the numbers. It is euphoric, psychophantic. Okay, we have to create a euphoria like the one 2002 to take Ruto out. That is how it happened in the Gambia. That's how Yaya Jammeh went. That is how it happened. Edgar Lungu went home, and that is how Masisi went home. I have studied these three elections in many ways to understand, did it really happen, or the Western countries really took these incumbents out? No, the Western countries had nothing to do with this. The incumbents made mistakes that were, beyond repair, and I think they were able to be ejected out of power. Has Ruto done the same mistake? Yes, he has done. The numbers are showing. But the problem is, we want to create a deity called Matiang'i, who is not working hard and doing the right thing and agitating for the right thing. We want to create another Raila that we created, that he cannot be questioned, he cannot ABCD, but then we leave a person who is actually working hard to become a president. I think that would be very unfair. Somebody must work hard, whether he's good or bad, and show what he brings on the table. And at this far, I think Gachagua rhetoric is being bought by people, whether we like him or not. I don't care whether he becomes a Mount Kenya mafia. I rather have a Mount Kenya mafia than have a Kalenjin mongrel who, and I'm sorry to use that. So I think my last statement is very dangerous. Acha niachie hapo, because the more I go, I think Kipril atakuja hapa anitoa, because he has moderator's power.
Budi, I want, as we advise our brother, he's on our team, we can talk. So you talked about so many professors who are with Bwana Matiang'i. I think nimesikia kusema Okari nani, like you mentioned about 3 professors. Are they aware of the rhetoric in the ground, or they are using the theoretical approach in this campaign? Nikuuliza tu nauliza, ni sawa Matiang'i anaweza kuwa na maprofesa wengi, but are they able to connect reality with the classroom knowledge? Unajua saa zingine, unajua maprofesa wanakuanga na hiyo shida ya to connect the two, being too theoretical. So those professors you mentioned, do they understand hii kitu inaitwa ground?
The most dangerous people we have in the society are not just the elitists, but the people who have stayed in the class for so long, who are revered, and they treat the electorate as if they are a student in a lecture hall. There is a danger of lecturers getting into politics, and that is what Kindiki is inhibiting. I don't know, Njiru, if you are a lecturer. If you are, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you hard, but I know for sure Julia is a teacher, and hajafika that indoctrination point. These are people who are out of touch. They look things based on research and skilled research that does not harness with the pain of the people. I told you, and I said it, and I will repeat it. The most touching speech that I heard, or I've ever heard, of GNCs is the raw form of how they feel about who they are. They are products and byproducts of a sick society. They came to this world wounded, and again, even they were wounded. Now they are being crippled by force. Okay, they are mutilated. That's how she describes it. They are mute. They are deaf. They are blind. You hear that? And that is what these lecturers are doing. Like, they are not seeing that we have a crop of young people who are hurting as a result of the policy or the mistakes that was made. And it's no longer like one side has paralysis. It's quadrupled. It's from the head to the toe, that these kids are born with a stroke all over their bodies, to a point that they are almost like vegetative in nature. And I'm sorry for being very raw. And do these people understand? So no, because they always treat them as students, whether they are smart or poor, or whether smart or dumb. They really don't care, as long as they lecture and get their money. So I saw these professors, the way they are acting there. It's as if they have no feelings, they have no blood, they have no, any attachment to humanity. All they care about is their proximity to power, because they have always had this privilege that anytime a leader comes, whether it be Boston, whether it be Dallas, whether it be, Atlanta, whether it be Seattle, there is a traditional people who come there to invite the leaders, and without them, because they hold, how did we make the governor for Nakuru? Because she was an immigration lawyer in America. So whenever anybody came here, Kihika was always on the side. Whether alikuwa nakula wa Kenya pesa, and I will tell you, without a doubt, some of these people surrounded Matiang'i when he came here in Mejaza, they are the worst. If you dig to their history, what they have done to the people around here, because of the positions and the privileges they had, both in business and professional, they have hurt the community here. In fact, the community is wounded somehow because of some of those people, some people who are in the real estate. And we will talk openly about these people. So do they really care? No, they know that their money buys their proximity. So they can take these people to the best. If you saw how they were parading these vehicles with sirens, then you ask, what's the purpose of this? What is the purpose of putting Matiang'i with 20 Escalades? What are you trying to show? What, instead of using that time to sit down
Opulence.
so that we
Opulence.
can decipher things, so these people are out of touch with the reality. It is optics.
They should be concentrating with messaging. They should be concentrating with the outreach. They should be concentrating with the consolidating. Have they even consolidated Minnesota, like Bwana Moody? Have they shown like the intention? Because I know the outreach which these people are doing, it has never been done by anyone in Kenya. The last time when we had such an outreach, it was done by Tom Boyer, and I appreciate this outreach which is being done by these people. But I want to see an outreach which is forming like an umbrella, whereby now we can say, because Ruto will never get time to come into America for more than 1 month. So I presume that after their trip in America, that they will be able to get much of the commitment of people from diaspora, and they will be able to get much of the commitment. And one way of actually, I don't know, and the Matiang'i advised that they need to listen to this. Actually, if they do their groundwork well here, they have capacity to reduce donations to Ruto campaign by diverting those people to their serious campaign. Because remember, Bodi, kura za diaspora zinaweza kuwa sio mingi, but diaspora has capacity to support you more with the resources. And one way in which we can be able to appreciate and be beneficiary of the diaspora money is by making diaspora believe in us. If all the 50 states in America, they feel like opposition is doing the right thing, we should actually, one way of suppressing Ruto campaign is by making sure that he is getting Ruto's campaign money from diaspora. And that will be a big boost for the opposition, because remember, opposition doesn't have funding. Ruto can use our taxpayers' money. But if these people are able to galvanize the diaspora well, not only in America, even in Europe and even in Asia, it can actually become a pipeline of donation when the campaign comes, if they put that emergency. So, Bwana Mbudi, maybe as we bring Julia, do you feel like these people are sitting on a gold mine without actually being aware of what they are doing? And a gold mine actually, which can actually help us to actually get Ruto out of power.
The time Ruto may have had issues with the campaign resources may have been past now. I mean, when it will come to Ruto does not need to borrow, Ruto does not need anything from anybody. Ruto is able to bankroll all his campaign from presidential to MCS without asking anybody a dime. There is a young boy who had a very raw interview at Jagero, and it was such a sober interview and talk that actually illuminated a lot to me. How Ruto has impoverished the community, and how the state parastatals have been sold, in brackets to multinationals. But behind, for instance, he was giving the figures on how, like, a bunch of shares of Safaricom's, which you saw them, you saw being sold last time. The only person that was, could afford all those shares was Ruto and his family. Even went that to a point that even Matatu industry, which, like, what he cannot take, he has given his children to take over. So when we are talking about money and financing and so on and so forth, Ruto is well prepared. He's a master and a person who has a cathedral thinking. Ruto is a master planner. That's a fact. We are not going to hide that. He is a master in politics. He has been in politics way too long. He has been able even to buy a person that we never thought he would buy. So money is past. So the issue of money, it's, I think, on our side that we should be worried about. But for Ruto, it should. The other thing is, even us, we cannot be worried about money. People are willing. Yeah, I saw people give 250 to go just eat with, Matiang'i, not because the money was, available or they wanted to waste, but they were saying that they are willing to do anything and everything, to support the campaign of anybody in the opposition to heal our country. So I don't think we have money advantage when it comes to the campaign. What we can say we have advantage over is if we suppress the revenues that we are sending back home and hurt the economy to the core, then I think it will make, the Kenyan citizens, those who are back at home, to look back at us and look and with mercy that we are the engine of the economy. And we have the capability of doing that. Yes, we can. But are we willing to do that? I don't think we are willing to do that. If you remember the boycott thing that Raila called in, really hurt some companies. Remember when people just moved from Safaricom to the other company because we said so? And that is one thing we can do if we want to hurt Ruto a little bit. I think we have the money power of hurting the economy and bringing the investors and other countries to really help us get Ruto out by using that route. But the route of bankrolling the campaign, Ruto is well prepared.
Okay, sawa Bwana Mbudi, let's have Njuria. Maybe Njuria can help us, maybe interrogate that. So, like, the question would be, what impact will the opposition have done in abroad if the campaign money is not as much? Do you think like their messaging can be able to suppress donations, the flow of money to Kenya? So what will be their impact? Or the impact is to bring people together. So Julia?
Actually, I don't know what they are doing here in Jiru. I think they are raising money. That is what I think. I don't think they're going to affect any flow of money to Kenya. And I don't think they're going to affect Kasongo in any way. So I think they are raising money. That is what I think. Ama nyinyi wanafanya nini hapa according to Njiru? What are they doing? I think they are raising money. I don't think.
For me, I thought they were here for visibility. I think they're in America to when I'm talking of visibility, is where like even people from other countries should be able to get like the attention. I hope they are here to network. Like they should be able to network with some members of Congress, maybe with some senators, with some governors, because those are the same people they can actually do business with even after you win the election. So I hope they are not only concentrating with with the Kenyans alone. I hope their net is far wide. Maybe Budi na muuliza hiyo swali. Bwana Budi, do you think niliona Matiang'i with that elected senator from Minnesota, that lady. But do you think like that's a Kenyan? She is easy to get along with. But do you think these people are spreading their net beyond Kenya and trying to like contact Congress, maybe get friendship with some senators, and even some attempt even to get to the White House and maybe look for connection? Do you think, or it is not important? Wanambudi, go ahead.
I'm not privy of that. I wouldn't say something, without knowledge. However, I will preempt in this way. It doesn't make any sense to me that Gachagua came to the US for 2 months. If it was not, either two things. For health reasons, okay, maybe he's sick and he's trying to get his treatment while doing all this, which I doubt. I see Gachagua to be the only thing akona ni tumbo kama mimi. I don't think the guy can walk, the guy can talk, the way, the guy looks, very healthy and very fertile. The second one, Nisame. Okay, the other thing that could bring him is obviously, money. If you remember, to the end of last election, when Matiang'i prevented Ruto and the rest going to Uganda because that is where they were going to pick their money to bankroll their campaign. What happened was there was a trip that Mudavadi made alone and came to Dallas. The Penny told us that, what is Mudavadi doing here? Mudavadi, had no itinerary of what he was doing in Dallas. Somebody quickly organized a meeting when we knew that Mudavadi was here, and Mudavadi went and met a few Kenyans and said, oh, he came to meet the Kenyans. But you see, later on, we came to know that Eliud Owalo, George Soros, Mudavadi, and who again, actually had a meeting in Dallas. There's a picture that came out. And you know how, George Soros operates, So the interest within, Kenya as a republic are high, one significant thing that you need to know, and Jiru knows it very well, is immediately Trump came to power. I think there's a lot of things that Biden had signed up with Ruto, that the funding through UN for our policemen who went to Haiti, many other things were stopped immediately. And the then ambassador, resigned unceremoniously and returned because she knew, what she had done. So it looks like the Trump administration has a different approach when it comes to Kenya and the policy towards Kenya. Are they gravitating towards the opposition, which they have not done? I think they can find a voice in Gachagua because America as a country, both Democrats and Republicans, have never been very kind to Raila. You know that. Even when Obama was the president and Raila was claiming that he was his cousin. You remember his speech in Nairobi University. He warned Raila, and the family of Obama actually did not like Raila. So might they be gravitating towards Wamunyoro? We do not know. It can be, a making of history whereby, behind the doors, they are working together. And if that is true, then I guess it will be good for Wamunyoro. I don't think Wamunyoro could have come for 2 months just to come to Kikuyu Cultural Week, and when he was not sick. There is more to this tour than we know. The other thing that I will preempt is the fact that Matiang'i has been working for a world body, and people like the former president of the first woman president in Africa, the former president of Liberia, come from that history, and she worked with World Bank, and World Bank throughout has had a history of making presidents in other countries. They are not shy of creating, presidents. If you go to Google and see the people of in World Bank and they become presidents, it's a catalog of a galaxy of people. So what makes you think that Matiang'i should, or the Matiang'i axis, and Gachagua is not part of it? So I do believe that there might be those meetings behind, because Ruto is so vicious. They are not going to do those meetings open. So you are right. Gachagua is not here only to meet the people. Should he meet senators openly? I think it shouldn't be. Let him meet, in confidence. Let them work in confidence until such a time that I think we need to bring our things out. Kasongo, is so conniving, and he's capable of doing anything. What's on the streets is Orengo has been poisoned, allegedly. I don't know if it's true. So you saw Masinde Murillo die coming out of the plane. We have seen people die for no reason. You never know what is happening with Orengo. So with such, I think some of the political activities that Wamunyoro and his allies are doing should not come out openly. Some of them should be kept covert until such time that it should be the right time. Because one thing Ruto has kept on saying is, these people want to destabilize my term. And Gachagua said, no, we have given you an opportunity to finish your term. Sisi tutamenyana in 2027. And that is why he changed the military, and he wanted to declare state of emergency, because he felt that he can only rule through the martial law. But we will give him an opportunity, to mess up this country only up to 2027. So I think there is conversations behind the door in regard to the regime change. I hope America, as much as I hate the Western countries, helping us, but if they do help us, Kaongo, to go, I think I will take it. Anything that takes Kaongo, I'm ready for it.
Okay, do you comment about that? Or what do you think? Do you think they are doing some outreach to American governance? Either feed
I don't know, Njiru. In fact, I would be guessing, and I don't want to guess. Really, I only thought they are trying to raise money. And I also heard that mother is gathering evidence to take Ruto to ICC. Lakini sijui hapa America, I don't know what they are doing in America exactly. I don't know. But at one time I thought that they are trying to find a place where they can meet without interferences. I don't know. I think they're gonna meet the three people. I even understand Kalonzo is coming. I also thinking that maybe they are meeting to broker a deal there and decide who should they front. I thought so, Njiru. But then I was asking myself, won't the likes of Eugene Wamalwa feel left behind? I was asking myself that. Now, on the rate of Natembea, I don't know whether he's been tarnished or not, but personally, I never trusted Natembea from the word go. I always thought that he's kind of a bit very selfish, and he can easily jump ship. So, Saizi, as we speak, if I look at the opposition, now, okay, Matiang'i seemingly is letting people down, and Kenyans had very high expectations about him, but he's not bringing out what we expect, what we wanted to hear. So now, if we go for the Gachagua route, some people are saying that is a clear win for Ruto. So I guess even Kenyans are
okay, Julia, let me ask you a question. If we go for Gachagua, is a clear win for Ruto.
That is the rhetoric going around.
Okay. I'm asking. I'm trying to ask.
Propaganda, bure, amani. It may
No,
not.
that's why I wanted to ask. The person who is telling us that way, does he want to say that majority of Kenyans even if Gachagua is giving, I'm just trying to say, let's say he continues this trajectory, you want to tell me that Kenyans, majority of Kenyans will opt to go to Ruto, even with all this atrocity?
I don't think so. I think Ruto will use his propaganda machine. You know, he has always been looking for Gachagua to make him look like a tribal king. Ruto would like every opportunity to use Gachagua as a weapon against those who are fighting him. So Ruto would like to use Gachagua atengeneze kama kwamba si nilimwambia yule mkabisa amesema kuwa president. And also there's this thing of a lot of Kenyans being afraid, like history ati Mkikuyu tena nini. Yani Ruto, okay, let me say this in short.
You know, Julia is answering fear. Julia, answer the question. I mean, you are answering fear.
No, can I finish my statement? Now,
yes, please.
Ruto would easily just use a tribal card, most likely, if Gachagua vies for presidency. But if Gachagua does not vie for presidency, it becomes practically impossible for Ruto to use a tribal card. That is how I see it. If Gachagua is vying for presidency, Ruto will go. You know, Ruto and Raila Odinga have tried very much to play tribal card. Lakini haingi kabisa for two reasons. One, Gen Z. Gen Z have made it practically impossible to play tribal politics. Now, then, with the emergence of the likes of Matiang'i and Maraga and others, and seemingly looking like they may be fronted for presidency, the tribal card becoming impossible by Ruto. But if Gachagua vies for presidency, Ruto goes back to his tribal card. How do we see that? It is not like Gachagua cannot win for presidency. It's just like people would vote for Ruto. Okay, I don't think people would vote for Ruto against Gachagua. I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. But then the question is, does that give Ruto room to play a tribal card? That is what I would like to, that is how I would like to respond it, by asking that rhetoric question.
I want us to analyze something. So Bwana Budi nataka kukuuliza swali as we analyze that rhetoric question.
Let me answer the question, yeah, and I need before we go to another answer. You know, the question is simple. If Gachagua and Ruto were to be in the ballot, will people opt for Ruto because Gachagua has been labeled to be tribal? And the answer is no. I struggled with that because I think it has been put out there and it has become like, you know, how do we call it, the truth, the truth that is immovable. It's like the 10 commandments engraved on the stone, that if this happens, then this is what will have the result. They are instilling fear on us over something that they themselves are practicing deeper than Gachagua. You know, Gachagua, it has been rhetoric. For them, it is practical. So, I mean, why would we take somebody's practicality and put it away and somebody's rhetoric and buy it? You know, it's time to deconstruct this rumor that people say, you know, when, do you remember, was it 2012? When Uhuru had fears that a Kikuyu presidency is not going to happen. And Uhuru, out of fear and out of goodwill, endorsed who? Mudavadi. And Obando Hakabando, in his famous statement, if Uhuru is not in the ballot, all roads lead to Mbondo. Do you remember that statement? So I think there were a lot of fear was bought, including the former, you know, Governor for Nyandarua, who used to be the Minister for Internal Security. Was it Kimemia or who? bought that narrative and we were trying to buy Mudavadi, make him look presidential, so on. And then, you know, Madimoni, the name Madimoni came after Uhuru recanted and realized, you know, this is not going to happen. Let us not go back and repeat history. Nobody has said that there will never be a Kikuyu presidency. It is a mindset that is being, probably this is Raila's mindset, that when he came up with what is called rotational presidency. But with the emergence of Ruto and comparison coming out between the Kikuyu's presidency and the Kalenjin presidency, which somebody may not say that is very tribal, people will prefer Kikuyu presidency other than Kalenjin presidency. And I have a right to say that because I sit on the periphery. It is difficult for a Kikuyu to come out and say that. So we give you that leeway because it makes you look like a tribal personality. But I'm telling you, if those were the two options, Julia, we were to be offered, then we are going to judge presidency based on tribal. And the Kikuyu will take it. I'm being very honest on that one. Mutwanite Mukabila, I don't care. It's not about Bantu and Nilot. And let me put it even in a raw place. Let me put it raw. Mukikuyu akipewa leadership anakamua kabisa, lakini anaachia ndama, anakunywa maziwa. Mkalenji akipewa anakamua mpaka usaa inatoka, anafikiria ni nini? Ni maziwa. So that will be our messaging, and we are not going to apologize.
Wow. Fire for fire. Sasa umesikia Njirupe. Unaona, so you ask, maybe now Alex concludes, you ask a question. If Kenyans are given Gachagua versus Ruto, would they vote for Ruto? I don't think so. They will not vote for Ruto. Though Ruto now would go on rampage talking, okay, maybe Alex, Ruto would go on rampage you doing tribal politics, then I think you are right. Would not be fair for us to start playing gentleman politics. Would also go on rampage and play the tribal one that he was looking for. Yani apewe mtoto akililia wembe mpe, apatiwe dawa ya moto ni moto. Njiru, that's a hot one by Alex.
Unajua, at the end of the day we need to know that unajua nyumba ikipata moto, na karibu sana Mama Nyakairo, nyumba ikipata moto
we usually burn it to prevent the others from burning.
Yeah, so the concept is usually mnatoka kule kuna moto mkiingia kwa kule kwa zile nyumba zingine, na utaki kujua kama hiyo nyumba ni ya matope.
Huwa mnaibomoa, mnaisegregate, mnaichoma kabisa, mnaitoa you even back home, because penye nimetoka kuna nyasi ile hiyo huwa inaungua. Ukikungua huwa mnakuja na moto mnachoma around it. To prevent it from spreading. So what you see the Alex, that is what Ruto would do. If Gachagua fight for president right now, Gachagua and Kimani Ichung'wah would go on rampage singing tribe, and maybe the medicine to them is not to sing anti-tribe, is to sing it now nicely and to remind them where they belong. Maybe Alex is right. So that's a very tough discussion.
Yeah, so because at the end of the day, globally, saa zingine mnaachiangwa wale makandidates amupendi. Saa zingine it is something which happens in the group. Unasikia, it is like I'm not saying that Kenya should go that level, but because of the nature of presidency, and maybe I can tell Nyakairo that when nikimkaribisha na niulize Alex Budi kidogo. Budi, umeisikia saa zingine president
and Budi should respect Mato. Mato is attacking me and Jiru, and he's not even listening to Alex.
No, forget about Martin.
Mato, you're attacking me and Jiru, and you're not even listening to Alex.
No, he has not followed the discussion well.
Yes, he has just jumped in.
Yeah, we are not pivoting. I think you know, Julia, Mato thinks we are not pivoting for Gachagua here. What we are trying to do is we are trying to talk about the rhetoric which is outside there. Constitutionalism, as he is saying, that is second layer. As to whether Gachagua will be in the ballot, That one is several parameters to determine. But we are talking about is front foot ahead. So wacha niambie nilikuwa nikitaka to tell Bud something. Saa zingine presidency is choosing from two oranges zile ambazo zimeoza most of the time in many countries, na munisamee kwa kusema hii. Saa zingine uko na machungwa mbili imeoza na unataka kukula moja, so unaangalia unaona ni gani jaoza. I'm not saying that's what is supposed to be, but Budi, I hope you have heard of that. At times presidency reaches to that level. You are not going to choose excellence. You are
that is true. I mean, the truth is that we are not going to have an angel come to lead us. We all, if we have to even, take a stock of ourselves personally, I think some of us have embarrassed even our children beyond measures. We have embarrassed our parents. We have embarrassed ourselves. Sometimes we don't even look at ourselves as a people that, needs to stand before even God. The Bible says we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. That is a fact of humanity. But there is a level of leadership like Manasseh's, who the Bible was very clear that they made even their own children to pass through fires. They sacrificed their children and they went beyond. And the Bible labels them that up to that level, up to that time, they were the worst kings that ever lived up to that time. And we are trying to say, up to this time, we have never had a president as bad as Ruto. We don't know the future, how it will be. We might have.
Nabudu, umesikia video Ruto anasema he is a combination of the four.
He said he's the best president Kenya
He's
has
the
ever had.
president Kenya has ever had.
Yeah.
So in another word, somebody can sit down and deconstruct him, the qualities, the bad qualities that he has that every president had. So it's the best of the worst that they had, which is very true. I had somebody describe the worst, the worst that Kenyatta had, Moi had, Uhuru had, is actually the best that Ruto has. Which is true. In another way, whatever Ruto says it's true to the opposite. Anyway, Nyakairo, how are you, our cowgirl?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Cousin tuko poa. We are no longer guys. We are kuzos.
Cousins and shemeji, if they are there, back in the back. Habari zenu?
Mzuri sana.
Nimesikia maongeo yenu na nikasikia kweli kabisa huyu mtu anajipea jina ambalo halimfai hata kidogo. Wakenya pahali popote mko na wasalimia. Anyway, I'm here. Now, I just want to say this. Mambo ni mengi Ruto amefanya na anajua hivyo. And in fact, anything that he says is rubbish. For me, it is rubbish. Na hata simusikizagi. If Kenyans are feeling the way I feel, that is it. This is it. Okay. Kuna mtu amesema hapo ati Ruto is a combination of the four. Yeah, it's a combination of four. There was anything that they did bad. Combination of all that is equal to Ruto. If they did bad, is equal to Ruto. And more than that, 100%. 100 more times. That is what I mean. 100 more times. Kwa hivyo asifikiri sisi hatuelewi historia ya nchi yetu. Tunaijua sana. Kitu ingine Ruto amesahau. Kwani yeye ndiye atachagua Gachagua ama Gachagua ndiye atachagua Ruto? We are the people. People will choose the best for them. It's not him. Na hii mambo ya kusema wataiba kura, that means he knows he has lost already. He has lost the game. Kwa hivyo kusema mtaiba, it's not a wonder. We know that you will steal because you will be voted out. And so we will be so keen of what will be going on in Kenya. Ruto anaanza kuuzia watu uoga wa aina fulani. Unajua kuna kamnyama kengine kanaitwa warufuko. Warufuko jina yake ni rabbit. If I may ask Julia, is it a rabbit or hare? Warufuko.
Rabbit is a domesticated one. Hare is the wild one.
Okay, that is the wild one. Now, it was caught by one of the animals, and it was caught by the tail. This is a short story I want to give. Ilikuwa imeshikwa kwa mkia. Sasa huyu mnyama alikuwa amemshika, alikuwa tu anang'ang'ana tu na mkia. All of a sudden, haka kamnyama hare kakasema, oh, yonyitete mori. You know, it was like telling the animal that you are holding a root. You know, like jokingly, he was making like you are holding a root of a tree or whatever. But this animal did not argue by itself to say that, and how comes that the hair is still here? So I'm holding his tail. But unfortunately, or fortunately, the animal let the tail go and then held the root. So what I'm trying to say is, Ruto is trying to be so cunning and trying to make us believe all what he is saying. But Kenyans are over that. We have gone so many miles away. We are ahead of the game. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu atakuja kutuelimisha hapa ati atuambie, yani kutuambia vile yeye ako na game yake anaicheza, ama hata sisi tutacheza yetu. Na yetu si ya kuua ama ya kugandamiza wananchi. Yetu ni kufanya mambo ambayo ni halali. Truthful things. Ambazo tunajua Ruto ni muongo, Ruto ni mwizi, Ruto can rig anything. And so we are aware that he is going to rig. And so for us, we'll do the best work, the work that benefits wananchi wa Kenya, wenye nchi wa Kenya, ndio tuweze kuendelea. Ruto is trying to buy time with all this rubbish he's telling people, so that tuwe tuna struggle tukifikiria ni nini amesema. Let's not even be taken out of our way. We should follow the way that we are supposed to follow through constitution. If he doesn't follow constitution, hata sisi basi tutafanya the other way around. Because we cannot be following the constitution, which the Jambazi is not following, and then he comes and tell us that he has won the game. We are not going to accept. Najua Ruto anatafuta vita. That is his plan. Ujue huyu mtu ni mkorofi. Ujue huyu mtu ni mang'aa na ni mtu evil. Yeye anatafuta tu pahali kutatokea vita. Because that is his game. All his time, all his life, that is his game. Yani evil things, planning for evil things. He has never planned for good things. If you look his history of what he has been opposing in our country, the proposals are good. It's meant to help wenye nchi. But for him, he feels like he don't want to do anything good for the country to gain any development. Na hiyo ndio mambo ya Ruto. Kwa hivyo wananchi wetu tafadhali, msifikirie habari ya huyu mtu na yule uoga tusiwe nao. The only bad thing is fear of fear. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana. Inaumizaga watu na inawafanya very poor. Na tukiendelea hivyo tutakuwa na shida sana. So for us, we are focusing the goal. Vile sijui hawa watu kama ni wakweli ama ni wa uongo, these FBI people, they said that they are they are focusing on their game. They are not focusing anything else. They are focusing on what they want to do, which is true, and that is what the Kenyans should follow. Hii mambo ya uchaguzi itafika na watu wasiregee, watu wachukue kura, sisi ndio tutachaguana. Si Ruto atachagua Gachagua ama Gachagua achague Ruto. We are many who want to get this guy out. na kutoka kwake itakuwa manufaa kubwa sana kwa nchi, kwa sababu wenye nchi watajenga nchi yao kwa upendo, kwa sababu Kenyans, they really love their country and they want their country ruled by a good person who will let people have their free way of how to do their things and that they can be able even to achieve goals of their dreams. But we cannot live with Ruto. So Ruto ataimba wimbo wake, atatuletea nyangarika nyingi sana. All these things, let's not even listen. But we have to be keen what he has said, but we are not going to focus on what he is saying. We are going to focus on our goal. That lakini tuwe vigilant of what he is talking about. I don't see the reason how or the point of him coming out and saying he is the best president ever Kenya will ever have. I don't see the point. Hiyo ni kukasirisha watu kwa sababu most of the presidents who have been there, they never killed children. They never killed children. Yeye amekuja na ujambazi wake, ameua watoto, amefanya mambo ambayo hata haijawahi kuonekana kwa nchi yetu, and yet he can, and we know he is the #1 corrupt president. Don't forget that. He is #1 corrupt president. He is #1 liar president. So all these things combined, how can we have such kind of person in our country? We are looking forward to see a good person. If it is about Gachagua, let me tell you guys, he may come calling him tribal, but we are the people who are going to elect the person we want. If he is tribal, we will go for him if he is the winner. Despite of how Ruto will try his best, we are looking for somebody who will lead us apart from Ruto. And that is the goal. That is the aim. That's the focus. That is what we want. We want this guy out of our way. And so for him to start talking the way he's talking, let's listen, because for one, hata ukiona enemy yako akiongea, msikize, lakini ujue you are still focusing on your goal. Your goal is kutoke, lakini umsikize ndio ujue vile utamshika na vile utammaliza. Those are the ways. Though we don't like even to hear his voice, even to see his face. Hiyo inaniumizaga sana mimi kwangu. Honestly, because when I think how many evil things he has done in our country, heinous acts that he has done in our country indeed, it's terrible. So for me, I am looking forward to see somebody else on that chair. And it is good that people have decided that he will go all the way to 2027 so that he don't bring that Kakagia's problems to people. But for me, I had an idea of, I had a feeling, or I had, kind of like, I would love him go earlier than even 2027, because he's very annoying, very arrogant, very evil. So this guy is really does not even deserve a single day in our country. But for now, let's focus on our goal. Let's focus on what is going to bring this guy down. We don't need him, and he knows that. And that is why he is talking all these arrogant statements. We are feeling so bad and let down for the time we have been having this guy. Hata nchi zingine wanashindwa, tumevumilia sana. But we are hoping at this very time we will deal with him perpendicularly. Aondoke kwa nchi yetu, aende akakae pahali anapenda, ama kwa watu wale anapenda, because he does not love Kenyans and he does not love Kenya. He is there just for his own, to steal, to kill, and even to become a jambazi in a country. Sijui ni historia gani hiyo mtu anatengenezaga na kuua watu. In the long run, hao watu wa aina hiyo, you know how they end. it doesn't end good. But we are focusing on our goal. Na mimi hata tukiambiwa ni Gachagua, I'll vote for him. We are not going to be controlled who we are going to vote for, but we will control the guy that is offending or doing all these bad things to Kenyans, how he's going to win. That one we are going to control. But don't tell us what you are, because you are evil. You Ruto. Total evil. Mtu ambaye hata hana utu hata kidogo wa kuona watu waishi vizuri. Now he's trying to tell us ati sasa amechukua plan ya Uhuru. I don't care whether you walked with Uhuru from here to heaven. I don't care. But what you have done to Kenya, we will never forget, and we will never forgive you, because it is not the first time, and it doesn't look it's the last time. Ruto will continue killing people. He's not going to stop. And he is planning so for the coming time. So for us, we are praying that nobody else is going to die this time. Lakini sisi tuna mtu yule tunajua tutachagua. Anybody apart from Ruto. The other thing which will be unfortunate to us Kenyans, we may be lucky and we may succeed to elect somebody else. But this person that we are going to elect, is it a person who will get to that chair and start bringing these friends in? Awapee viti, awapee kazi, awambie wewe utakuwa chairman wa hii. Is it that kind of a person? Because we have to look always in all dimensions so that these people would not bring us back to what we are feeling right now. We want to get out fresh and feel that we have really done something good to ourselves. We are not going to listen anymore to Ruto, because Ruto is poisonous and he is ready to kill many people as he wishes. But we are not going to let him do that. Otherwise, for me, Kenyans, let's unite. Let's forget about being told what to do by Ruto, because Ruto is never a good person and he cannot advise anybody a good advice. There is nothing. The only thing he can advise you is to go to steal with him, go and kill with him. Those are the terms that we understand him very well. So for me, I stop there, but Kenyans, let's unite. If it is Gachagua, let's vote, 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 vote with all your heart. If it is anybody else, let's vote, but somebody who we will study and know that he is not going to bring these people back, because there are many and we don't need them. They play their cards so well that after the person wins, start now bringing them in a mysterious way. You find them in the parliament, you find them in the offices, of which then the problem will never end. Let's end it this time, that our people have been killed, so many of them, and we have not succeeded anything at this juncture. But let's make it to this very time, when time comes for election, that we have our goal done. So for me, I stop there, but looking forward to see that Kenyans are going to do a wonderful job this time for everything to come to the light. And we enjoy our life. Thank you. Santi.
Sawa Mama Mary. Yes, maybe Julia, I want to ask my final question. I don't have a lot of time here, so I want us now we go now as we conclude. I now want to, we have now seen the strength. We have now seen the strength of all our candidates, especially the united opposition. What have you noted? Like, how can we utilize our potential in the united opposition? What should we do? Because at the end of the day, we have to form one big team. So have we been able, even us as voters, we have also to analyze the people who are coming before us, and we analyze their potential. So, and we now come up with an algorithm which can actually make us have a winning team. Do you think what Gachagua, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, the way they are doing, Kenyans are now able to understand, and Akina Madhakarwa are able to understand who these people are and what each can do? Like, are their responsibilities coming out? Julia?
Okay, I don't know whether they are able to come out, and organize themselves, but I hope they do with time. They just have to swallow their pride and selfish ambitions for the sake of Kenya. Hata kama Kalonzo ataikuwa president, he just kind of now accept that it is either Ruto or the unite and work together. Hawana lingine Njiru. They have to create a Kibaki Tosha movement. Even Gachagua knows that. That is what, and I think one of the person who has been driving that is Gachagua. And I'm thinking that is why they are meeting in the US. I'm only wondering whether Eugene Wamalwa will be feeling left behind. That's my take, Njiru.
That one is good. Already there is war between Eugene Wamalwa and Natembeya. Sijui kama mliona, nilisikia sijui they are accusing each other ati huyu ananipokonya chama, huyu ananipokonya
I
chama.
already knew. Niliwaambia Natembeya is a sellout. Is a UDA hawk. I nilisema hapa kitambo sana. I never trusted him. I find him very selfish.
And if he is, if he could, we don't know if it could or not. Do you think he is the Tower movement can galvanize a sizable number towards Ruto?
I think he'll bring confusion in Western Province because unaona kama saa hii what is happening. Did you see that ODM members of parliament from the Western are decamping? Did you see them? And did you see there was a place? Did I see Sifuna and Wamushaba in one rally? Or did I see my own things?
Yeah, they were in one rally. There was Sifuna, Caleb,
Mm-hmm.
Caleb, and another one from Kisii. Yes, Wamushamba is a free wire.
Yes, so I'm telling you, the Western province members of parliament and politicians are decamping, quietly decamping to the opposition. So if Natembeya decides to sell his soul to the devil, he'll go alone. He'll be dumped with his time movement. That is how I see it. And I feel like, Jiru, I feel like, Natembeya is not a deputy presidential candidate. He can be disrespectful and arrogant. I feel like this team, even if they don't give Western Province the presidential candidate, then they should give Eugene Wamalwa deputy president. Hata kama watu nafikiri hajui kumobilize, ama wapatie Sifuna. I feel like they should even call him Sifuna. And you'll see how Western will balkanize behind them. So me might take this, if Natembeya decides to sell his soul to the devil, ataenda peke yake, hata hiyo tawe movement yake itakufa. Because I've always been thinking he's a sellout. Mimi Njiru nilimwonea 18 his behavior. Hata ile story ati alifuatwa na anti-corruption, either alifuatwa ama kufuatwa. And people have been saying that he's an old administrator, sijui amefanya kazi. Mimi siamini Natembeya kabisa, simwamini kabisa. So mimi naona I'll take the words of Alex that they should bring in they should warm up even to Sifuna. As Natembeya prepares to sell his soul to the devil, wajaribu kuingiza. Nimeona Sifuna na Wamushomba. I was very surprised. Nikasema here, kwani kunaendaje? What are they doing in the same rally? So what are those signs of times? Unaona dalili ya mvua ni nini? Ni mawingu. You don't wait to be told everything. Unajionea tu vile kunaenda. So if Natembeya, and you know that after that, and it was said Natembeya was seen with Murkomen. Isn't it Njiru? Njiru uliona hiyo story kwamba Natembeya was seen with Murkomen. Then the next day he started justifying himself. Sinile story ya by party za Mkalongolongo talk. Unakumbuka Raila Odinga? You people, do you remember Raila Odinga? Rumors going around saying that Raila Odinga was seen in Mombasa with Ruto and Obasanjo and Samia. Then sisi watu wa Raila Odinga tukasema ni uongo, hiyo ni rumors, hiyo ni propaganda ya UDA. It did not take us long to see Raila Odinga taking pictures in Uganda with Museveni and Ruto. Then we started saying that hiyo ni AI. Hapana. Penye moshi pana moto. Natembeya is warming up to Kasongo and he's soon going to sell his soul to the devil. We should be ready for that. That's my take, Njiru. So they should not, they should just work with, Eugene has all along been the position, whether weak or strong, he has been there anyway. And Sifuna is warming up to the opposition. They should embrace such people. Thanks, Njiru.
Okay, ni sawa, Julia. So, Mama Nyakairo, please, you can also put your thoughts in all that, and also maybe you can place your final remark to funge leo. So in the next 10 minutes we can cross. Mama Nyakairo. Mama Nyakairo ni kama yuko. Mama Nyakairo, are you there? Okay, ni sawa. So Julia, uko na lingine la kuongeza ama tufunge? Ni I will.
And is asking that kazi ya Gachagua ni kupiga nyoka kichwa, then people stride straight to State House. Yeah, I agree with you, Anne. Eventually, madimoni itakuja. We should not be surprised to hear story ya madimoni. Njiru, unaona, everybody now has to pull up their socks and run the race. Naweke hiyo gear. History ya watu kusaidiwa hapana. And you see, Njiru, what can even help Kenya is if Ruto is not vying for presidency. So that we don't need alliances. Kila mtu asimame, mwenye atashinda ashinda, ama aje Njiru?
Yeah, of course. Before forming an alliance, you begin by being a formidable candidate. Julia, there's no two ways.
Yes.
Because it is usually a combination of two formidable candidates to form a union. So inakuanga hivyo. So you have to be really playing very well. Yeah, naona Mkenya Mukora ameingia, so he can contribute. Najua he has not been following the story. He has become, you know, Mkenya Mukora, wacha nimuingilie kidogo. He is wale wa Korino. Unajua kuna wa Korino tunakuanga nao pale, ukiambia Mkorino ajui ni praise and worship inataka kuimbwa, anjui kama ni wimbo ya mazishi ama ni wimbo ya harusi,
anaanza kuruka.
Mkorino akiwa pale mbele tu anasikia tokera ito
hata kama ni August bwana, I was coming in August. Yeah.
Mkorino akisikia tusimame tuimbe, Mkorino anasimama na kuruka juu chwa.
Siano tukokera tene tukanyuhe Ruto.
Ngoja hata keyboard ichezwe, ujue tune ni gani, ujue kama ni wimbo tu ya kujizungusha tu polepole hivi kama ile ya SDA. Wewe unajua Mkenya Mukora, wewe nimeanzia kuona wewe hata unaweza pelekwa kwa zile nyimbo za SDA uanzie kurukaruka hapo kama Mkorino. Na hiyo tu unaona tu anaimba tu polepole, unaona tu hata ni mikono tu inatingika tu kidogo na bam kidogo. Wewe Mkenya Mukora unaweza ingia kwa ile kwa ya SDA kweli wewe? Unawezana? Wewe hata ujui.
I believe nothing is impossible. You gotta do everything that you gotta do. Hata nikienda hata kwani mazishi ikiwa na mtu alikuwaga Mkorino, sitaenda mazishi yake, sintenda tu huko hivyo. When you go to the Rome, when you go to Rome, you become a Roman and you act like Roman. So nikienda kwa Korino pia nitageuka tu nikuwe Mkorino huko. Unangi wewe ukuona before election kuna watu wengine walienda mpaka mosque for the first time in history. Kapata mtu anaenda huko hivyo, watu wakiinama chini amevaa kanzu lakini wako ndani ya mosque. I've never seen mtu akienda tu kwa mosque hivyo If you remember that time, mtu anainama wengine wakiinuka, yeye anabaki amekaa chini anaangalia hiyo side nyingine. So si pia wao, and I'm talking about Gachagua and his friend. Si walienda mosque. When was the last time ulipata mui kwa mosque? Ama the other so I'm telling you, everything is possible in this country this country of ours.
Ngoja kidogo, Mkenya Mkora, unanikumbusha ile siku ya Gachagua alikuwa kwa hiyo ni ya Wamasai. Ile walikuwa anafanya shingo hivi. Hiyo ni siku gani alikuwa anafanya shingo hivi?
Si ndizo nakwambia.
Anyway, what is your take? Wacha nikuuliza swali Mkenya haraka haraka. What is your take now that Gachagua popularity is doubling Ruto's popularity? What is your take about that?
No, the thing is, let me just go directly to your question. Gachagua has become what we call, somebody that Kenyans have loved, but with a not really a pinch of salt. A pinch of salt. Kenyans know who Gachagua is. Kenyans know the constitution very well and everything, but they need Gachagua in their lives. And Kenya needs Gachagua. If Gachagua disappears, Kenya is just gonna disappear. Gachagua is needed. I don't want to call him a hero because I know he's done so many things which are contrary to the constitution. Okay, he's impeached constitutionally or whatever it has to be, even though it was kind of forced. So basically, we need someone who's that strong, because whether you like it or not, Raila is dead. I'm not saying dead physically. The clout that Raila used to have, the power that he used to have, the way he used to, eloquency and putting things and to Kenyans and making people understand, is Gachagua that is bringing this thing now. By him directly or indirectly. But again, the constitution still suffices. So me, I think Gachagua is on his way. He's doing the right thing. Imagine, by the way, if Central, kama kuna mtu ashaitupatia mtu mwenye amefunguanisha gava kaiangusha hivi, they're running helter skelter. I think it's Gachagua. And that is why you find people like Oscar Sudi saying that is due to America msimpatie pesa, like Gachagua needs any money. Suffice to say, before election, si alikuwa amefungiwa, I don't know how many millions alikuwa amefungiwa after wameshika kiti yeye na Ruto ndio wakatolewa hiyo kesi. So is Gachagua, how much million can he get from the American people who are here working hard, according to Ruto's mouth? Who are working na Ruto, by the way, I see Ruto, Sudi is going out there telling us that you guys in the diaspora, mnafanya kazi mingi, mnaosha watu wanyanya matako, mnaosha sijui whatever, mnafanya kazi hivi 4-5, you're working too hard. Ajui anatutusi sisi wenyewe, lakini Gachagua hajaomba mtu pesa. The only thing that he was corrected is to stop going to talk Kikuyu when he goes to these meetings. And he followed that. Yusuf hapa hivi kwa comment section ananiambia, he might be coming to Kansas. I wanted to go to Minnesota. Ile time alikuwa Minnesota, but I just couldn't. Personal reasons. But sijui kanarudi lini ama whatever, but when I hear him in Kansas, I will go because I have different questions that I want to ask him. And I will ask him personally. And I will set him up so that he says exactly what does he want. Because we know he's not going to be a president. But is it wrong to have somebody else huko mwenye anaongea? No. And because I heard you, unajua kitu imefanya nikaingia haraka is because you said you were going to close. But I'm here for a while. Let me ask you a question. Then I want to ask people who are listening to us. And the guys here, I really appreciate you guys. I know I've been away for a while. I want to ask you guys, like this, ni kitu tu imenisumbua. This is off the topic kidogo. And Jiro, maybe mnaweza nijibu nyi wote. Let me ask you guys, this Harambee Stars Harambee Stars Congo game that everybody was promised $1 million. Was it promised the guys that played, which those are, it's always what, 11? So that's 11 million. Was it also, did it have the subs? Because tukiongeza hiyo, I think we are coming, rounding up to about 20 million. And that's just one game. And the coaches, and then there's rumors that that whole stadium, the reason there was no vuvuzelas is because it was sold out because the government actually paid. That's rumor. You mean to us in the quote. It's a rumor that I've gotten from somewhere. But now, where am I going with this? Do we have a government that spends when it's good for them? Because if that one day in itself can cost about, I did the calculation, 28 to 30 million. If we take the benches and anyway, the logistics that were happening out there, at least 30 million. And we are here talking about we do not have educational funds. And Jeremy, the reason Skujangi stand up is because I do my calculations and it doesn't make any sense. Because if we 30 million in a day, for what? Are they not being paid? We know they've always been paid.
So why do you refuse to come here? Is that we are not making sense, or it is we are not related with calculation? So I didn't understand the reason why you don't come here is because calculation. Sio sisi tunafanya hiyo mahesabu, so we are not related to that.
Hiyo ni mjanja, unajua ni daktari.
I don't understand the reason why you are.
Nice comeback. That was a nice one. Honestly, it's just that sometimes, man, it's just too much. It's too much to bear. Like when you look at these things and they're not making sense, and people come and discuss them. Like this Gachagua thing, people keep on talking about Gachagua becoming a president. How do you become a president when the constitution clearly says that you cannot be after being impeached? And then it works. Like it's kind of like Ruto. How did Ruto and Uhuru become when they're actually in ICC? I think Kenyans really, the constitution is not meant for these guys. So that is why I get a hard time of having these conversations, because inakagani kama Kenya tu bora iende. Na Gachagua akiwa president kesho atakuwa aje? Okay, na Ruto akiwa president and then pia ni criminal huko hivyo amewekewa vitu zake, is a felon. The constitution doesn't even talk about that. So you wonder, what's the point? So it becomes hard. It's easier to just listen. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone. I'm just saying that we need to really concentrate on what we are doing, either constitution or what we are pushing forward. You can see the police, and now they are telling us that these guys of us, FBI and whatever, they've committed grave atrocities. Now they are whatever. And you wonder, what did they do? Who cannot wear regalia of hunting? They never wore anything. Who doesn't know how to shoot? So you wonder, these things just work on the government. They switch things and we all accept to it. We agree and we push it, their narrative, and when they bring their narrative. So basically, Njiro, I'm not saying that I don't like to come in here. I really love something in the new manga. I'm always there in the back. I'm watching Mazenika like, can handle this conversation because nitaleta sasa unaona hizo ma constitutions zangu. But again, that's the truth that needs to be done. And Jiro, let me leave it there. I'm here until you close. Thank you so much.
Okay, sawa, nimesikia. We cannot we cannot ban because of what is happening in the country. We have to keep the rhetoric. So our rhetoric is bigger than what Ruto is doing. Our rhetoric is continuously fighting them. So, Bwana Mkenya Mukora, I have to remind you that. So we have to continue fighting Ruto. We cannot stop that. At the same time, we have to continue building the opposition. That's why we are building this platform. We believe the opposition should form the government, Mkenya Mukora. So because the opposition should form the government, our rhetoric has to be centered towards building that united opposition with a messaging. Na ndio unakuta like our dialogue today was about messaging ya Matiang'i is out of place ama hatuielewi. Gachagua messaging is coming out. We need, wacha nisikwambia story ya Kalonzo because all the time unaniambia ngoja sio mtu ya Kalonzo, and I don't want to tell you that your name betrays you.
No, zero, no, najua unataka kuniingilia, lakini let me just say
No.
your name
betrays you. So
kidogo baba. Look at the comment section hapo hivyo, nimesema mimi historia Kalonzo nyinyi ndio mnaletaga wewe na kina Alex. Mimi talking about Kalonzo.
No, mimi atakuwa nataka kukuuliza story ya Kalonzo. I've just told you your name betrays you. This again, I find myself wanting to ask you about Kalonzo. So you will have to confirm to me what is Kalonzo messaging. So those are the things we are trying to do, an audit with the purpose of helping these people and advising them accordingly. So
let me save you your breath. Kalonzo is passing cowardice, because if Wamunyoro is out of there and Kalonzo is not doing anything, and they are the people that somebody told me Kalonzo and Sifuna, and in the comment section, I was like, I think Sifuna should be the president, maybe Kalonzo the deputy, because munampenda sana. But Kalonzo, I don't think he has the cahoots of doing this thing, and I'm so sorry for my Kamba friends here.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was bringing you into to update of how the rhetoric looks like. So anyway, so we were not trying to specifically talk about Wamunyoro and anchor him or propagate him. We were doing something we call comparative analysis of the messaging, and we were trying to say the messaging which seems to pick up. But remember, we cannot get frustrated no matter how our candidates look like. It is us to tell them what we need to be done. So that is why I don't want to blame Matiang'i so much, but rather I want to see that Matiang'i is getting relevant information. We are giving Matiang'i relevant information so that he can be able to build the relevant rhetoric we want. We don't want like Matiang'i is outside there and he is repeatedly making mistakes. He is repeatedly making mistakes. That's why we are here. We are here to try and shape their rhetoric, their dialogue. And because wanasema wanatusikiliza ma they hear, we want to see those fine tuning. We want to see a campaign which is serious. Sio hii campaign inakaa regerege ama rejareja. We don't want to commit with the people who cannot win an election, and we don't want to commit with the people who will not ride with our rhetoric. Because and Bonabudi, I want you to confirm this. Do you know that a presidential candidate can get out of place by not riding with the rhetoric of supporters? Presidential candidate akisimama pale na zile vitu sisi tunaamini atusikia akiziongea, so tunakuwa sasa is like we are having two operation fronts, and those are things which any politician has to avoid. Once you are panning the rhetoric there, it has to be what supporters or what the majority are. Anyway, Buti, I know you want to add something.
I wanted to quickly say something here. You know, when you claim to be a constitutionalist, you put yourself in a very awkward position. So awkward that if we have to have that conversation of constitutionalism, I guess there is a lot that shouldn't be that is still there. And there is nothing we can do. When you look at constitutionalism based on an individual because you hate him, but you cannot see that we're having a coalition government that is unconstitutional but is functional. I mean, if you have to go to constitutionalism, I mean, my friend, I mean, let's not come here with rhetorics that are bombarding us with nothing but old age stories that we have been lied to about the constitution, BCD, which is in paper but is not practiced. We were here. We debated about the former, not this one that just got out, the former deputy, the IG, that actually Kanja had to replace. The court sentenced him, and somebody betted and said the guy is going to commit. I told him, these are backroom doors. They are going to speak tomorrow. They are going to come up with something else, and they are going to exonerate him, and there is nothing you can do. The guy is not going anywhere. Jump up, jump low, jump side, jump side. I said it. I say, you know, how the corridor of powers work is totally different, and how to access it has been our elusive problem. And therefore, we must also have that gaffe and that wisdom, convictional wisdom of knowing of how to enter into power. So when we are saying Gachagua is the presidential candidate, we know in paper he shouldn't run. But we know that we have had two criminals who contend, who are contenders, but still they won the presidency, or they were given the presidency. And it has been an extension until Ruto became. If it were to be, there are many people who will not have run for presidency. So when we come here to know constitutionalism in isolation, it beats the logic. The constitution is non-existent. And that is why we are saying that the system must fall for us to restart again. It can't be constitutionalism is looked based on an individual. We were told here that many things cannot happen in that country. They happened right in our face. And I have a catalog of it, which I'm not going to discuss. And if you don't know it, go look for it. There is nothing that, you know, we are going to do based on the constitution right now. Because if it was so, our children would not have died. This government should not be existing in the broad-based government the way it is. The speaker should not be Wetangula, because the court ruled, the court ruled that out. I mean, what are we talking about? What are we really talking about? Who are you trying to lie to us that the constitution does exist and it's working, when the court declares something and the next day the power be it comes out and declares it illegal, or they ignore it? So should we cherry pick and say now the constitution exists when Gachagua should contest and does not exist when Ruto and Uhuru contested? I mean, it's a tall order here. We must wake up from these lies that are being duped to us and understand that we must grab that country by all necessary means. Because that's how they also think. That's how they've taken power. That's how they have usurped, you know, and taken the real power from us to them. So if they are going to use us on the divide and rule by telling us that Gachagua was, you know, and the court itself has said and declared that, you know, it was unconstitutional. So when do we choose to be constitutionalists and when do we choose not to be? We cannot allow our division to be based on the political emotions and feelings. And let us not lie to ourselves that constitutionalism does exist in our country. It has never existed. It will never exist until we have a new dawn. So the issue of Gachagua running on or not running is not about the constitution. It is a rhetoric of lies, but also it was a punitive measure for him in one way or the other because he was not towing to the line. Gachagua was not impeached because actually Gachagua was bad enough. Gachagua was not towing the line. And Gachagua betrayed his boss at the point of need. Because Gachagua also had his own interest to become the president of that republic. Okay? So his impeachment was not for the benefit of the Kenyan people. Because if it was so, Ruto would have gone, Wetangula would have gone, the government could have collapsed. But when you see the same opposition that was agitating that Kufa Ndereva Kuda Makanga anakufa, and then they want to get their own Makanga with that Ndereva, where does the constitution exist? I think, Mato, let's wake up by not just, you know, talking issues because we feel they are good. We must talk issues based on how can we get this power? because it looks like they are grabbing power unconstitutionally. So we can't be sitting on the fence that, okay, us, we are going to be constitutionalists. When everything, swearing in at night, forcing CS who have issues to become CSS, everything done out of the Constitution. But when it comes to me and you want us to abide by the Constitution. How dare do we even think about that? I think that's the biggest lie we can see here. If you don't want to debate based on the current situation, just tell us. But we are not refusing to debate based on the Constitution. The players, including the judiciary, has refused to abide by the Constitution. So what do? We are helpless. So what is our next step? In desperation, we cannot play by the rules. We cannot.
I feel you, Alex. How about, okay, so going to the streets, let's just forget about the Constitution, right? Because I agree with you. You came to my point and I agree with you and I'm with you. Kabisa, nimekubali kitu yenye unasema 100%. That's also my thinking. So now, if come at this Constitution, it's not being followed, where are we left? That was directed to you, Alex. No, Alex is not speaking. Kuna mtu ananisikia?
Nakusikia.
Alright. So mimi nilikuwa nikiuliza Alex, ni ukweli kitu yenye amesema, it's very true mami. Ni ukweli. He brought another angle of thinking about the Constitution na nini, but ile kitu niko na uoga nayo is that ni kama we've accepted that hii kitu kama ifanye then tuifanye hivyo vingine, basi tukae tu, hakuna Constitution, lakini Constitution iko kwa sisi wengine wenye tunafaa kufuata Constitution. So for him is like, well, this Constitution never works. It will never work. So we move on, we continue like aina. It's like your boma kwako mami, kitu iko. It's kind of like, I saw this guy and there's this guy, I think you guys know him, anafanyanga hii kitu inaitwa iko nini. But when you listen to him, he's telling so much fear to people. These are the people who are telling people tokeni tao endeni home, msiuliwe. He's sitting in his couch there every night talking to people, even ameleta kina Sifuna huko and everything. But for him, when he's talking, you wonder, this guy, I mean, there's this, what you call intellectual cell of fear. Yenye unauziwa na kando, pale mbali, mtu anakwambia, ukienda pale, utagongwa. Lakini unajua hiyo boma si mzuri, sijui nini, tunafaa kuibadilisha, lakini ukienda pale utagongwa, weka nyumbani hapa kwetu. Unaona? So there's this intellectual kind of fear of people who actually sell fear to people without actually selling fear and without actually making it concrete that, hey, usiende huko, usifanye hivi, ngoja Kenya change, ngoja uone. But then they're not even there themselves, or not even there. They're just talking about the negativity in a positive way. So you find like ule mtu mwenye alikuwaga ako na ile morio. Let me speak of that. When wanajua morio, they will know. Mtu mwenye ako na morio ako ready kuenda, lakini akisikia mtu mwenye ako intellectual amesema, no, this cannot happen, nini, and it's kind of like they're giving a negativity but with a little bit pinch of positivity in there. So and actually a little bit of a positivity, and not just a positivity, a factual kind of place of way, because you, of course, yes, we need to have a country. But if somebody comes and tells you we need to have a country, but then for you to have that country, you have to open up the door to nonsense. So it becomes a point of even the people who are influential. Na nimeanza kuangalia hiyo kitu. It doesn't make any sense. And as I finish, because I was reacting to something, but Alex, Kata, what you're saying, I think you're very right. But I also think we need to talk about, I mean, people need to address that. Now, utapata kama ule kijana mwingine aliuliza Ruto, you're saying we have 400,000 people who have gone to uko nje. So you're telling us kama kuna mtu alionea video, which I really I admired that guy. Akasema, if you're talking about that within the last 2 years, then you're talking about these 2 Boeing 77 zinakaa pale go zinangoja kubeba mtu kila siku to different destinations. And when you listen to this and when you make that calculation, you realize even it doesn't even haifiki hiyo ya Ruto. So basically Ruto alitudanganya, okay? Me being a mathematician, alitudanganya kwa hiyo. Lakini no one is talking about that because they're going to say what? It's power. Let's get the power. Power is not power. If I believe Ruto does not have any power today because he has to lazima agonge watu wake, but even on a match, football match, lazima ambie watu msingi uko na vuvuzela because why? He's scared of being kusikia hiyo one term, ama not even one term, Ruto must go. He's scared of vuvuzela. He wants to kufungia watu. He wants to go buy everything to fill up the whole stadium. I mean, I've been in Kasarani for so long. I've never seen it go to full brim. This was the government filling the whole thing. And people who do not know that need to know and need to talk to some people. I'm just saying, that institution is the covenant of how we live to. And mwenye ananipiga anani doubt story ya constitutionalism is the reason I know a Kisii or a family of mine is married to a Kisii. Is the reason that my auntie is a Kikuyu. So it is the constitution of how we are going to live together. We don't have a constitution between us and the neighboring countries or even the United States. Right now, we are having a problem with the Tanzanians. Wamesema tutoke kwao. Sisi wa Kenya tunawaambia ni sawa, tunajua kuongea matope, lakini it's okay for nyinyi na your people that beg money in the streets of Nairobi. It's okay atiwafukuzi because of the constitution of the East African community. The East African anthem is because of that. But then when we come and say, Sasa, if we move the constitution from Kalenjin and Kikuyus or Kambas and I don't know, Luos and whatever, and then we move it international, let me tell you, hata hizi ma UN mnasikia zinarudi, ati sijui somebody wants to do UN, bring the UN to come to Nairobi. Hatutakuwa nazo because we don't have a constitution of how we live together. The next time itakuwa fighting between the blacks or the native versus the whites. Again, now we go back to colonialism because they will not allow their people to be killed out there. That's another fight. All I'm trying to say is that we need to stop this thing right now, and it's the time to say it. And may God remember me one day for having said that. Tukiwa hapa sisi wote. Mimi nimalizi hapo hivyo, mwenye anataka kusema tena kabla Njiru arudi. Julie huko? Haya, mami, sijui Njiru au wengine wamekimbia wapi? Maybe nimechoma.
Nico, Mato, how are you?
I'm good, mami. How are you?
I'm good.
It's good to hear from you. It's been a while.
Yeah, I know I've disappeared a little bit.
Happy August.
Yeah, sasa mambo inakaa vile iko.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, what is happening in Kenya is, I would say, is historical. The way Ruto is driving Kenya like his own home, his own house. Mtu ambaye hata simuelewi. Naoni kama anafanya chochote. In fact, when I think about those people who are crying for their loved ones, I just wonder, huyu mtu ni wa aina gani? Now he feels like he has, already he's over it. Yeye haoni kama kuna jambo lilifanyika ama kuna wazazi wanalia mpaka wa leo. He don't know and he don't want to know. That is my biggest feeling, that this guy is very evil. Na mimi sitaacha kumuita hivyo because hizo vitendo zote amefanya, it will never reverse. It will never, cleared, then we see those children alive. Hakuna. Hiyo ni mambo imetendeka na imeenda. So you just wonder, as he campaigns and saying ataiba kura, ndio ninashindwa, yani huu mchezo ambao anacheza, that means he has no soul, he has no feelings of a human being, honestly, what I see. Na sasa hiyo mchezo anacheza ni wa kuonyesha kweli kabisa, he can finish everybody, yeye abaki. Mbona yeye anaogopa kukufa? Why does he have to look for so many guards to guard him? Why? Sababu anajua is not a good thing, but he can do to others. That's my biggest thing that I feel. Ruto should not even have been near any power of any kind for human beings. He is a man who should have lived with animals, because we know animals are killed aimlessly. And also we should remember, hata kuua mnyama kuna watu hawawezi kabisa. But Ruto ameona auwe wananchi, wenye inchi, watoto wa wenyewe. Hiyo ndio furaha yake. Because how comes that somebody would be talking the way he is talking, having fun, going for matches, football, soccer, whatever, having fun of talking how much money he is going to give them, mtu ambaye anafikiria yale maovu ametenda kwa nchi. Yes, we are in campaign mode, kwa sababu tunataka kupata mtu ambaye anaweza kutufikiria, because everybody in Kenya anahofia maisha yake. Nobody who is comfortable now with that guy. That jambazi is feared. Na sio fear at kwa sababu anaweza kukupiga. In fact, we would wish Ruto aache hizo bodyguard zake ziko na guns na hizo bullets. Atokee yeye peke yake aje atupigie hizo kelele. Tuone pahali watafikishana. Hata hatutampea wanaume wawili, mmoja tu. Wapigane tuone pahali watafikishana. Because he seemed to be feeling like he has all the power. Power ya nini? Power ambayo unatumia watu ambao wako na risasi. Sisi hatuna risasi. If we have risasi, maybe we can match up. Sisi tuko na maji na bendera ya Kenya ambayo tunajivunia. But you just feel those are people I can deal with. I can kill them because you have bullets and guns. That's the power he has. And that is what he is. Yeye anaweza tumia bullets kuua everybody. Nobody is to live comfortably while Ruto is alive. That's the way it is. Na kwa hivyo ajue hiyo mambo ambayo anafanya kwa sababu kuna wale watu anatumia wafanye. Nao wajinga wanaenda wanafanya. But still, even those policemen, if they come without those bullets, if they come without those guns, seriously, there is no comparison. They will get it rough. Lakini vile wanatumia hii miundo imeundwa na binadamu ya kuua wale wengine. It's just how somebody can come with a bomb and bomb an area whereby everybody will be dead. Si ati ni wewe umewaua. Physically wameuawa na hiyo bomb na wewe ndio umeileta. Lakini kama ungekuja kivyako, ujilete tu wewe mwenyewe, I don't know how you look like. Utashambazwa kabisa. But because they say they use power, yes, power that have been done by people. I mean, those bullets have been made by people being used wrongly. Because I believe those bullets actually, they are supposed to be used for war. In Kenya, there has been no war. In Kenya, there has been protest. Innocent people protesting. And they are protesting with the water, bendera, and phone, their telephone. And you say that they match up with the people who have bullets and guns. Hivyo ni kumaanisha hana uwezo wowote mwingine isipokuwa kutumia bullets. There is no way he can use a language to convince Kenyans to be nice to him. That's why he is using bullets. Kwa sababu tunaona kuna watu wanapigana huko DRC, wanapigana huko Sudan, but it's a war. It's not about protests. It's about war. There are rebels fighting other rebels, whatever the case, or fighting the wenyeji. But now, Ruto is fighting people who are very innocent, people who are just, they have nothing. And that is what I feel, that Ruto has no mercy. He has no moral. He has no soul. He is just an animal. Siwezi amini. Mtu anaweza amrisha watoto ambao hata wanafurahia kuwa barabarani wakicheza, hata wengine walikuwa wanacheza mpira, and somebody comes with a bullet and kill watu ambao hata hawakuwa wameguza mtu yeyote. When you do wrong, you have to be punished, and that is what Ruto has been doing. Na hakuna punishment ambayo anapata kutoka kwa hao watoto. There is nothing like that. Punishment ile anapata ni awe anasikiza vile wanasema. Lakini hataki kufanya hivyo, yeye anataka kufanya kivyake. Ndio aendelee na you know, Ruto hata akikaa kwake nyumbani hivi is a ruthless person. Hata akiwa hafanyi chochote, is a ruthless person in his own mind. Hawezi kuwa na mtu ako na amani na watu. Kuwa na amani na watu ni wale ambao anatumia waende wakafanya maovu. Hao ndio anakuwa amani na wao. But those people who are innocent and who have amani with them, hataki. Anataka mfurugano. And that is what he has been doing. So for him to come and say that, kama wakati yule alisema ati tumpe wakati aendelee kutuua. But we have no authority. Hatuna uwezo wa kumkataza atuue. Because the more we come in front of him, it's kill. So what can we do? What is remaining is Kenyans to unite. That's the only weapon we have. And it is the strongest. That is the strongest weapon we have at this moment. Na hiyo tukiitumia vizuri, hiyo ndio itamfanya aondoke kabisa, atuondoke. And so for me, I support that people get their votes, get ready for this, because when mtu akishindwa, there are no other excuses. And you see he's still talking, raising his voice, ati yeye ataiba, because he is a bad guy. Hivyo, nani huyo ambaye ni rais wa nchi? Hakuna kitu ametendea watu, hakuna kitu amefanyia nchi. Wakenya wanatamani kuona vitu zinaendelea ndio wawe free to do their own businesses, take their children to school, they are able to go for medical. But now, all those have been rubbished by Ruto. He don't care. Alafu anawaambia mdhubutu kufanya protest. How can that be? How serious is that? So that is why I'm saying he's a ruthless man. He's a man who is evil. He's a man who can do bad things to good people, but we are not going to watch. I know he has looked at Kenyans. Ameona watu wamekaa wanaogopa. Si yeye tunaogopa. Tunaogopa bunduki. Kwa sababu bunduki haiwezi kulinganishwa na chupa ya maji, ama bendera, ama simu. Hatuwezi linganisha. Na kwa hivyo, si uwezo wako nao, anatumia nguvu. If they are really good people, those guns would be left behind. Let's meet in one of the places. Then we say, let's match up. We see who will win. But because they don't want to hear anybody asking for any kind of help or assistance or development or any kind of support, that is what he has meant to do. Na mean business kumaliza Wakenya. Na anamaliza Wakenya nguvu, sauti na kila kitu. But we are not going to give up. We are many and we can conquer this. So Kenyans, anything that Ruto is doing is fake to us. It's nonsense, rubbish. Yeye asahau sisi ati tunamsikiza. We are just listening with this ear and goes out the other ear. Because we are tired of how he has been doing to our people, of how he has been doing evil things to Kenyans. That is how it is. Hakuna mtu anataka kumsikia. Hata wale wanamsikia, si ati wanampenda, ni pesa. And they know that and they have said it loud and clear. So for me, I ask Kenyans of goodwill, let's unite. Wacha tujue ni nani atakuja usukani, tumchague, wacha wajaribu kuiba hizo kura wanasema, tutajua vile tutadeal na wao. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mami. Mami, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You know, one thing I really appreciate about you is that your resilience. Saa zingine when I come around here, saa zingine unapataga, there are people wenye wako negative kidogo, but they don't understand what we're trying to say. And mi kivyangu mi nakuanga inaniuma sana, and that's why sometimes I disappear for months or weeks and something of the sort. It's because kwa uzuri tu si kwa unajua, there's some people who come here to compete either on the comment section or kawaida hapa hivi. But the thing that we're looking at is that mi nakujanga najiangalia, mam, najiangalia mimi ni mtoto wako. Ukweli? I'm your son by the end of the day. But then yes. If something is not working, it's not working. It doesn't matter how you end up better, looking better than the other person or not. If everything works for us all, we will not even be in these channels. And when you come over here and you hear, you know, you look at the confusion between the people, the citizenry of our country. It's very disturbing and very annoying because you don't even get it, because one wrong is made right by another thing, by someone, another right is made wrong by someone else. Another person might not even like you, might not even like your voice, might not do whatever. They change it instead of us all coming in together. You see, like the different countries around us are telling us, oh, Wakenya ni watu wakishikana wako pamoja. But you find that the people do not understand because they are fighting. Oh, ni mtu yetu. So they can fight on a very kakona pale because they don't want to come out right. You know? And the logistics are there. And I believe until we say a yes is a yes, a no is a no, is the moment we'll go forward. It is the same reason you see these politicians are standing on a pedestal where the wako katikati tu hivi wanangojea nani side gani iko na watu wengi, side gani inakani kama they're not looking at the logics or the logistics. Wanangoja tu wasikie one time ndio iko na watu wengi, anakimbia huko, tutawaibia. I mean, mtu kwanza amesema tutakuibia. First of all, you've gone against everything matters elections because you've told us that utatuibia. Kwa hivyo it doesn't matter who we choose, then why do we need to go for elections? I don't care who you are, whether you like me or you don't like me. You can hate me to the core. Hata unaweza niingiza kwa chono unizike huko ndani. But the right things needs to be done. And I'm feeling sorry to see the UN coming to Kenya. Because I don't even think we have that tukone hiyo kitu. We have to be truthful. I don't care how much you hate me. I don't care how much you hate anything. Let's just be truthful. Na tusiwe watu wa kuongeanga matope bila kuongea facts. You've seen how Sifuna ameteseka. Anaenda naambiwa soma hii mpaka imefika mahali akasema mimi sasa mahali imefika nitasoma kila kitu yote lakini sitasoma kitu kingine nini. Because he had actually given his resignation letter. And anyways, what is UN? Thank you, Joseph. What is UN? UN inakuja kufanya nini kwetu? I mean, do we care? I mean, Africa tumekuwa na UN, tumekuwa na AU, tumekuwa na EAU, I mean, East African Union. Almost all the unions have come to Africa. We've never seen other unions in these other countries. Yet, we claim to be the most richest continent in the whole world. IMF. Ushisikia IMF imepatia US pesa. Because mnapendanga kusema US. Ushisikia IMF imepatia hata wachana na UK. Ushisikia imepatia nini Australia pesa or even Austria. Lakini nyinyi ndio mnakuaga, yani hata kompyuta za mgongo nyinyi ndio mliletewa mpaka. I mean, sisi ndio tuliletewa. Hizo makompyuta zilikuwa zinaingia kwa shule kila mahali na hiyo ni reject kwa kampani kwingine. If research doesn't work well in another different place, mnaletewa nyinyi, mnaambiwa mnaletewa vitu za sijui nini. So now you have this US. I mean, there's this hashtag going on. Kenya is calling. Everybody is running sijui ati wakuja sijui huko hivyo because they know something is coming up hapo hivyo wanakuja kufanya their things. I am just saying, Kenyans, badala ya kunipiga mimi hapa hivi wenye ukuja wanatupiga hapa hivi when we try to talk facts. Stop. Start thinking what Kenyans are telling you guys. If you guys remember Joe Musheru from Google, where is he today? You know, Joe Musheru, ICT, came from Google. Where's the name technocrats anymore? Siku hizi nani technocrat wa Kenya ni nani? Oscar Sudi. Yeye ndio anaambia watu sijui watu msipatie nini sijui remittance, msipatie Matiang'i and everything. Who told you we have a problem with Matiang'i or Gachagua? We just know what we want to hear what he has to say, because this is something is monumental. We've never had it. Or most of the people that have stayed in the in the diaspora never heard actually what actually happens in the government. So what's the problem with the people in the diaspora understanding it? People are so wamekimbizwa kabisa na Gachagua saying don't give, give zero remittance or reduce your remittance. Of course we know we have parents. Of course we know we have people. But then again, we also have a Kenya that maybe one day we want to come. And we do come. So basically, we're looking at a better governance. Already, some of the places that we live do not have best of the governance that needed to be done or to be. But then if we're trying to change Africa to change to a place that we can do it, then here we have fights with Suluhu, Dani not saying anything. We have fights fighting with the police. The police are going to jail. The Jeshi, FBI. I mean, I'm not talking about the FBI, the US. I'm talking about these guys, the retired guys, and everything. You have these people also who are psychologically very outwitting and disappointing. People who come in and say, oh, at SG, we need to do this, we need to do that. And I mean, the psychological warfare is so much to people that people start fearing even going to the streets, because some people will come and tell you, hey, mkienda huko hivyo mtagongwa, msiende, oh, sijui tufanye hivi na hivi. So when you're actually, it's becoming to a point that even the politician now is starting to lose track, because now it's even Kenyans themselves who are actually seeing someone that is actually moving forward and actually bringing them back and saying that, where no, unafanya vibaya, you're too much and everything. So it's just Kenyans fighting themselves in the same way. And I feel bad about that. Nikiona Wakenya wengine ndio wanakuja na kuambia hapana, amwezi, lazima mkuwe sijui na huu na huu. Who said Kenya lazima ikuwe na such a leader? Isn't it our country? How many people are qualified? Does it have to be ODM? Does it have to be UDA? Does it have to be Wiper? Does it have to be anything? Why can't it be someone who actually, like Mama Mary, someone who knows? We're also having a problem now with even Samia Suluhu, that it's even asking, we're making us ask, are the ladies actually there yet? Okay, are the men have heard all this. There's so much dynamics in all these things that it's not just what you listen to someone, listen to the context of that person, what they're saying. Because I think our country has come to a point that the tag of third world, and it's not just our country, is Africa in general. Mostly East Africa. Right now, as we are fighting about this, East Africa is falling apart. Did you guys know, Auntie, I know as you close, utasema, did you know that Djibouti has paid 3% of what they're supposed to be paying, which is an East African country? Uganda has paid 94% of what East Africa is supposed to be paying. I mean, East African countries are supposed to be paying, which is 7 billion US dollars, which is, as a member, you're supposed to be paying. Congo has paid 3.7%, no, 3.7 million, which is, I don't know, what would that would be maybe about 40-30. I mean, what wafikishi what the agreement was, and that is why East Africa is falling down. Why? Because nobody cares. They're more worried about weapon building, weapon buying. And those weapons are not even going to the right places. Most of them, they want to take them to militias. Tupatane next week. Sikuja hapa karibu kidogo, but I have the documents here. I can show them. Aya. Mami, funga chapter.
Mato, mimi sina mengi, yale nimesema ndio nilikuwa nayo, lakini naomba Wakenya tusififie hata kidogo. Honestly, it becomes fire in the end, meaning it's tough when we are ending up and we are going to win. So let's not give up in any way. Tuendelee kuwa na nguvu, tuongee mambo ambayo ni ya kusaidia wale wengine ambao labda hawaelewi, waelewe, sababu it's our fight, it's our life. We cannot live just like that, the way a human being like us wants to control us. We are all here in this world because we deserve to be. Hakuna mtu alituleta na huyo mtu hawezi kuendelea kutusakanya ama kutunyanyasa. We are good without him and we are many. His job is done. Tumeona ni mtu wa uongo, ni mtu wa kuua, ni mtu wa kufanya madhara yoyote anayofikiria. Kwa hivyo hata wewe huwezi kuishi na mtu ambaye anakufanyia mabaya. So we cannot live that way, and he is not going to force himself to us asithubutu hata kidogo, sababu hapo ndio anatafuta ndio alete shida kwa nchi yetu. Let's play our games wisely and then we get to the end. Otherwise, I'm happy that Kenyans are getting the idea what we are looking for and what we are supposed to focus on. Mimi niko na kuamini kwamba hii mambo yote itakuwa nzuri. In the end, we will celebrate our country. Otherwise, thank you so much, Mato. Tutazidi. Otherwise, hongera kwa kuingia kwa huu msakato. Umetuambia mengi na sisi tumesema yale tumesema ya kusaidiana na hata kuelewana. Otherwise, thank you so much. Kenyans, I love you so much. Everybody, wherever you are. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Asante sana everybody that has been there. Ani, nakuonanga tu na Yusuf, najua mnapenda kunisumbua lakini it's fine. Sorry, ma'am.
No problem, no problem. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't turn off my mic because I'm somewhere.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, it's nice to hear from you. Let me, as I close, asanteni sana. Thank you for everybody that has been around here. Asanteni sana. I really appreciate you nyinyi wote. I'm just gonna play a little clip nikifunganga na si tupatane siku ingine in kamba ngetanduma sinema. So tupatanage baadaye. Let me play this small video here. Themba. Yaani unanishambulia hivi. Na nilikuwa nishaenda. How you doing, brother? Happy New Year. It's been a long time.
Nimekuja tu kusalimia, vipi?
Poa sana baba.
Nimeona nafunga studio nikasema acha nikuja nikusalimia nikujulie hali.
Unajua nilikuona the other time nikashangaa Themba kwa studio bwana. So I wanted to come in lakini I was on a nilikuwa na transverse wazee, nilikuwa kwa airport wazee, nikasema nitatoboa.
Na nimekuja tu nikusalimie. Nimesikia nikasema Mato jamaa wa nguvu.
How's Lulu doing?
Lulu's doing super well, man. How are you doing?
I'm all right, man. This politics and social fabric stuff, man, is ebu tupatie maneno yako, ebu just throw something in there. What have you learned over this week?
Mimi napenda uchambuzi wako.
No, unajua mimi niko na nini? Zembo, unajua once the days that you used to run the shows, I didn't understand when you used to tell me that you create enemies out here. I mean, they're not really enemies. They're just some people who don't want to hear you. They don't understand what you're trying to say. But nowadays, I've become of age of knowing how to just, let go. But tupatie uchambuzi yako. What do you think?
Siasa usiweke kwa kifua. Yeah.
Mandago.
Yeah. Siasa usiweke kwa roho. Siasa unaweka kwa kifua, kipumua inatoka.
Give me what you think about the last. Okay, I'll tell you. Well, you were here. It was less than a month ago. Maybe the last 3 weeks. What do you think is unfolded, and what is your analysis of what has unfolded? As tukiwa tunakaribia kufunga, but I want to close with you. And it's actually a pleasure for you to be here and kukusikiza na kuongea na wewe, by the way.
Nimeona ulikuwa unafunga.
Nilikuwa nimeenda mimi, nilikuwa hata nicheze video fulani hapa hivi, mimi nifungie kitu nikalale.
Nimeona nafunga sana, sema Mato ameamua wacha hadi alale.
No, unajua wewe ni VVIP. Anasema
No, you know, politics is very dynamic, eh?
Yes, sir.
Politics is siasa generally is very dynamic, and it's like I said. I think if you listened last time, you must have heard me saying that we need to continuously hold the system that is there into account continuously. Put pressure onto different sectors of our political system, especially the elected officials, and make it our business to demand service from them. So I want to basically say that the prediction and the over emphasis on the 2027 election is denying us as a population and a citizen a very important part. That is how we demand services, one, from the government, and two, from our elected officials. Remember, everybody that has been elected has a mandate, a 5-year mandate. We have been fed a lot with the narrative about Ruto, to the extent that we have forgotten that when we went to an election, we elected an MP, we elected an MCA, we elected a governor, we elected the women reps, So all these people will come after 5 years and will be demanding from them a report. There will be a scorecard onto what they have done for us for the last 5 years. And because of our politicized nature, we are buying a narrative that is created, that is super emphasized on only one arm of government, the executive. And it denies us an opportunity to scrutinize these other offices that they have in office. I am surprised that none of us is asking also these people shouting about Kasongo, asking them a scorecard onto what is their legislative agenda. What is the work of a senator? What is the work of a governor? What is the work of an MP? What are the things they're supposed to do to you? Because at the end of the day, you might talk so much about Kasongo, by talking about Ruto, that is not what we sent you to do. We sent you to deliver on certain issues. You know, have they been delivered on? So my probably just briefly, I would say is that we have the goals have shifted for us, and we have a team of politicians or political players who are ensuring that they're deflecting the pressure from their particular offices. What has your senator done for you? What has your MP done for you? What has the governor done for you? Because at the end of the day, we may have Kasongo come and go, come 2027. But if you have a bad MP, a bad MCA, nothing will change, because the president, the constitution gives all those people, those are constitutional officers, all of them have their
Quick
role.
question, my brother. Quick question, my brother.
Yes.
As you go, and maybe you can, if you have your pen, like normally we do,
Yeah, go ahead.
maybe you can put this. Where does the Constitution tell us that we have a mandate for 5 years? Where does it ever say 5 years?
To do what?
The 5 years thing that you're talking about, the mandate of 5 years. Because,
5 years. Okay.
Yeah, because last week they passed something. The IBC said that they cannot. There's no recall clause. So are we saying that if we, because now you've come with the technical part of it, so, and you mentioned it, that's the reason I brought up this question. How are you told that you cannot recall anyone? And I mean, I guess you get the gist of what I'm asking. So what is the mandate?
I get your question. Your question is the 5 years, 5 years is the prescription that when an election happens, the next election will be happening in 5 years. Okay. But between the 5 years, several things can happen. Someone can die, someone can resign, someone can be recalled. All those are provided in the constitution. So holding all things standard, like they use ceteris paribus, all things constant, then we are saying this person we are giving them a 5-year mandate. And in our mind, we are thinking within the 5 years, the person will not resign, the person will not die, the person will not fall sick to be incapacitated, and the person will not, like the constitution provides, that we can recall the person. The idea of recall is that you can recall a person after 2 years of their service. That's constitutional. What I'm trying to say, when you're going to elect this person, an MCA, because the part where development is reaching the individual is at the MCA level. When you're going to elect a governor or an MP, what is the mandate? What is it that we have put them in the office for? The MP that you elected, what did you put him in office for? Because they are drawing salaries. There's something that they're supposed to be accountable after the 5 years to the people who elected. All these people, even the people who shout every day, oh, Kasongo is the existential, I don't know what, those are diversionary tactics. What did you elect your senator to go and do? What did you elect your MP to go and do? You didn't elect a person to go and wait to come into the next position in 5 years. That was not the reason we elected them. So we are faced with a very interesting scenario that people we elected are actually playing similar duties that us who are outside, the civil society should be playing. When you are not elected, then you have all the rights to go ahead and criticize all of them, But when someone has been elected, they have a mandate to deliver on the particular things they have been. The Constitution provides roles for each of those constitutional positions: the executive, the MP, the senator. Instead of someone coming up and telling us about, oh, Kasongo is the existential problem, what are you doing right now? Because we cannot wait. What are the areas? What are the facts? Can you bring the facts? Are they impeachable facts? if there's corruption, you are not doing us a favor by shouting like the rest of us in the streets that there's corruption in this government. The constitution gives you the mandate to call those people. That's why we sent you to parliament. That's why you sent MPs to parliament. That's why the senators are there, you know, because all of us cannot go to parliament. No, now when a parliamentarian or an MP or a senator is coming out to tell us that now we need to go to the streets to go there, yet we elected him to go and represent us. They're supposed to call those people to come and be accountable in parliament. So we have a situation, in my own analysis, where there's a lot of diversionary tactics from all arms, you know. The MPs, the senators, they are diverting, you know, so that the people are now left to be complainers. They are complaining together with us, you know. I elect you as an MP and then you come and tell me we are waiting for this government to go so that we start delivering. So in the intervening period between now and 2027, right? Because 2027 is 2 years from now. What's going on? You know, because we have to live here to get to 2027, between today and 2027. So what are the things you're doing in your office to make sure I gain right now? Because I have a government right now. I have an MP right now. I have a senator right now. I have all those people, the governor, the president. So what are you doing right now?
But why do you have that? Do you have them, or are you in the service industry?
What do you mean?
Like when you say that I have an MP, I have this one, I have that one. Is it your property, or is it, what is it? Is it not public service? I mean,
The moment you become an MP, you automatically become my MP. All right.
Become your MP?
The moment I elect you at my, let's say, for example, my constituency is let's say, give me constituency A. When you go to an election, and whether I vote for you or not, as soon as you become an MP, you are my MP. All right. Now
yes,
the law is very clear.
Not as a president, right? Or even not even a president.
Say what?
I say as an. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you. Just go ahead.
All right. Yes, yes. You're my MP as a constituent, but as a president or as a governor, you're not my MP because you're not my employer or our employee, to say that, right? So,
No.
as the president, no, you're not my MP.
Is that constitutional?
Yes, because my MP as a president, if I come from Machakos, my MP as the president, if I was the president, then my MP would be, okay, for bad words, Wavinyandeti. I mean, assuming, I'm just putting an example. That's my MP, even though I'm the president of the republic. Or if I'm the governor and maybe Munyaka is the MP, that's my MP, even though I am there. So they're not mine. Like, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They're not mine to tell them what to do. They're the people's, and
No.
I am the people.
Oh, I get you. Now listen, I'm not talking that I'm the president, all right? I'm talking as a citizen. Did you hear that? If I'm a citizen and I elect an MP, I am demanding that the MP who came and was elected to go and perform certain constitutionally mandated services to do them. In 5 years, we are not only going to elect the president, we are taking everybody who was elected will be going to an election, right? And they'll have a scorecard. Now, what is it that your MP has been able to do for the 5 years? What did they tell you they will do? And what have they managed to do? What did your senator say that they were going to do in 5 years? Every constituent will be going to the ballot, because we don't go to an election in 2027 to only elect the president. That's not the constitution says. The Constitution says that everybody, according to the Constitution right now, when you are going to an election 2027, every electable office will be going for an election. They'll all be having bring their scorecard. If they haven't performed, they go home. So what I'm trying to say is that right now we are being treated to some suckers, that the only focus that even your MP does not need to do anything. The only thing they need to talk about is 2027 and how Ruto is going to go home. For me, Ruto is going to go home or Ruto is going to remain. But if you have a bad MP, if you have a bad governor, if you have a bad senator, I mean, if all those people are not doing their constitutional mandate, it doesn't matter who becomes the president. We'll still remain where we are, you know.
But you see them, but the thing is that, and I'm glad that you are here, me and you. You see, the one thing that I really like about this time is that we tested the presidency. Because the presidency already, we've seen that it can be impeached. So if we don't like you halfway of your term, we can take you out, which is what happened with Gachagua. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not trying to beat anything. I'm looking at the logistics of this whole thing. Because you remember Kufa Makanga, Kufa Dereva. So what I'm trying to say is that I think Kenya was in a good trajectory until it hit the sender to where that when it came now the Dereva, now people, I mean the people behind the Dereva and the Dereva himself, they became very cautious about everything, and now they are scared of that they might be hit as the Makanga. But I believe that is what the Constitution tells us. The fact that if I'm not happy with you, I don't have to deal with you for another 5 years. So now, yes, whatever happened to Gachagua, whatever, it needed to be. But you remember the first time when Ruto was the deputy, he said there was this saying of tumefungwa na mshipi pamoja, mimi na Uhuru, mkinitoa naenda na Uhuru, siwezi enda peke yangu, and something of the sort. But then that's the thing, and that is my biggest thing. And by the way, we were beat on our case. Tuliambiwa, oh, so many things are going, we were given so many things because we wanted to know why can't we impeach the president if we've already impeached the presidency. Because they used to claim that the presidency cannot be impeached, which we know already in the Constitution is written that we can impeach the presidency. And then it trickles down to even the governorship. And that's why we've always had so much problems when it comes to a governor that is really playing games. And you find that the deputy governors are the ones fighting that. Basically, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to ask you, Demba, today, is that can you tell us where the Constitution and where the law sticks? Because if you tell us that we have to wait for 5 years, then we will have an Idi Amin who will just sit down and he will do whatever he wants to do until the 5 years. And within those 5 years, then he will turn into Museveni. And kidogo kidogo it will turn into something else. And then before you realize he's done 35 years and he dies in office. And then now we are going down to see him and saying that he was the longest serving president of Africa and whatever. Something of the sort, the Mugabe kind of thing. That's what we are trying to say. Are we going to have a presidency, a governorship, or whoever goes to power, regardless, even MCA, that is citizenry responsible, where the citizens can tell him, okay, you know what, we don't even like your color, by the way, we're done with you. You're not doing anything for us. We can let you go. We gave you the power, you can take it. Chapter 1.
You see, Mato, one thing that you need people need to be aware is that your right ends where mine starts. Okay. We chose democracy, and unfortunately or fortunately, like they say, democracy is not the best form of government, but there's no better one. So it doesn't matter how much we are angry or annoyed with someone. If you choose democracy, which is a rule by the majority, how those majority are formed is a different story altogether. Democracy tells you that it's a rule by the majority, but it doesn't tell you how you arrive at the majority. Okay, so you are left to prescribe how you arrive at the majority. So that's the unfortunate scenario we are in. It doesn't matter whether you like the person or not, as long as they got the majority for whatever reason. That's what your democracy says. So as to whether a president can stay for more than 2 terms, fortunately, we do have a constitution right now that prescribes if someone is re-elected, they can only go for 10 years. So that is the maximum as prescribed by the constitution right now. Secondly, the constitution also gives you an opportunity to do a recall if you do not like, probably like Gachagua was impeached. Remember, it is both a legal and a political process. So Gachagua might have survived if he played his politics well, but he failed in the political process part, you know. So most of the times it is not just a thing of the law says politics. That's where now you find in political science study the politics of the law and the law of politics. You have to understand the two, how those the nexus between the two. If you don't understand,
Remember, is politics not part of the law?
Yeah.
Is politics not part of the law?
There's politics, you know, there's politics and then there's law. That's why you hear they tell you you are politicizing the constitution or you are politicizing an institution. All right.
So basically, you said that politics is above the law.
Hold on. There's the letter and then there's the politics. For example, I want to give you an example where the law, the politics of the moment dictated differently. You remember after 2007, 2008, right? The politics of the moment necessitated the formation of the NAC government. I think NAC government or whatever that was formed there. The agreement, the MOU that was signed and stuff like that. So, and it had to go to parliament to be put into law, you know. So first of all, it was a political process, and then later it is put into law. Similarly, the Constitution 2010, it had gone through many, the Bomas draft, which now brings out the politics of it and then now puts into law. So you need to understand the politics of the law and the law of politics. You have to understand the two. Now, if you are strictly
whoa.
Let me finish.
So those are two different things.
Let me finish my point, then you can understand. If you want to maneuver the two, you must understand the both of them, the politics of the moment, and you need to master the both of them. Because if you don't master the both of them, that is why over time you find someone who is unelected. You know, Raila is not holding any office in Kenya right now, apart from being an ODM party leader, right? But the politics of the day, you realize at some point, Ruto reached out to him and Uhuru reached out to him. Someone who apparently right now, if we say about elections, someone who should be an MP is elected, he is not elected. You get? So there's the politics of it. Now, go back to Gachagua. Gachagua followed the law. You know, it was like the law is for me, but he kind of did not go back to play the politics of the day. So it worked against him. Now, I want to say this, probably so that I land. We may not know who will be president in 2027. My argument right now, and the one I was trying to come to, nobody says that we should stick with someone. The constitution is very clear. And by the way, someone has every right to dislike anybody. That's what the Constitution. You cannot like so and so, but at the end of the day, your liking or dislike of someone has got to be tested in a process, and that process is an election. So you cannot say that because I do not like Ruto, then he should cease to be president just because you have said no. Even the person who is not saying it, the person who is not talking, or the person who likes him, has a voice. So his voice needs to be heard. And that process is through an election. And an election will not be driven by you are liking or not liking him. An election will be driven by the numbers that will have been cast. You see? So we can shout left, right, and center that also and so we do not want him. We do not want, and that brings me to what we are trying to say. Oh, I heard someone saying, oh, is it you who is saying that? Oh, someone has already said they will steal an election. You see, anybody is free to say anything. You see, in politics and in a democratic society that we are, anybody can wake up and say anything. That's what democracy is all about, and it allows even those people who are MPs to speak their mind. But at the end of the day, constitutionally, the person mandated to call the last shot in an election is the IBC. What you can do is call that out. Also, you speak. If someone says we will steal, you say we are also going to steal. If someone says we will steal, we also, it's up to you. It's just like all the teams. I mean, you see this even in fights. You see people trying to, they kind of, wanajichocha vile watashinda hiyo vita, lakini wakifika pale kitumbua kinaingia mchanga. So I don't think we should be diverted with this noise and the narratives that are being pushed. But again, it has already been successfully pushed, and people know that as Kenyans we do love such moments, and probably sometimes it brings the adrenaline in us. So we are diverted from interrogating every leader that has been elected, every leader, because there's a lot of money spent during an election, and we elect almost 6 offices. Right now, you'd think that is only one office that is a problem in Kenya. All those offices are problems. If a governor cannot deliver on the things they promised their constituents, if all those governors would go into work, right now you have a governor who is constantly going around, I don't know, is it Natembea, who is now all of a sudden saying that we just want to remove Ruto. You are a governor, you are like a small president in your county. You should be busy working for the people. Right now, we should be busy working for the people. The place that we should be talking about election is maybe some 6 months to or a year to, so that we start saying, okay, fine, I've delivered this and this and this up to this level. Now, we are going to the next part. We are focusing on, I need you to give me a new mandate. On this particular thing that you elected me to do, I've done A, B, C, D. Tell me one day that Senator, let me start by probably just highlighting. Senator Sifuna is a senator for Nairobi. Tell me one, Nairobians have been complaining every time. When did you ever see Sakaja being called to the Senate to answer? It is every time you see Babu Owino posting, oh, this and this has happened, this and this has happened. But Sifuna has never even highlighted on the things that Governor Sakaja has done, because he's supposed to be responsible for the money that has gone to the county. He goes to see what is it that money has done in the county of Nairobi. That is why you have senators. So for him, Nairobians are suffering, and Nairobians are having issues with the governor. They are saying the governor is not delivering, but I've never seen the governor summoned to the Senate. Or if it happened, I don't know. I have no idea.
Where he's been there many times. But before I forget, Mr. Zember, there's something that you've hit me here. You've said something about the law of politics and the politics of the law. Which one of the two held together? Actually, which one do you stand for? The politics of the law or the law of the politics?
They go together. They go together, my friend.
No, they can. They can. These are two different. These are two different. And I mean, these are two different things. You cannot say they go together because they're not together. There's the politics of law that you're talking about, and there's also the law of politics. So because we need to understand where the law comes, because I think the law is actually what
Actually, they're not even only two. There's the law of politics, the politics of the law in politics, and the politics in law, and
so who is this amorphous? Who is this amorphous human being that is called politics that seems to be going through every law and winning between every law? I mean, if we talk about in the
no, let
who is this
me
amorphous
it's not
person that is called?
amorphous. It's not amorphous. Listen, let me give you a scenario so that you can understand the concepts. Okay. Now, a clear case study that you can use is this. It is 2024 and it is June, and we have had this demonstration take place, and these youths have come in, and they have invaded parliament. All right. Now, remember, in law, the parliament is a protected place. Okay. But these people have invaded, and some of them have gone and even taken the speaker's mace. Okay. Now, out of that, the political situation of the moment, a few days later, what happens? The president did not only decide, okay, fine, let me not sign this law. According to the law, once a bill has passed parliament, it goes to the president. He has two things he can do. He can either sign it into law or return it back to parliament. Okay. But because of the politics of the moment, he chose not to first of all return it, and actually he shelved it altogether. Now, he didn't just shelve it, they had to find a legal way of shelving it. Okay. If you followed that process, he could not just say, okay, fine, he has already, because by the time those people are going, it had already been signed into law. So he had to find a legal way. Actually, if he doesn't sign it within a certain time, it becomes law. So he had to find a legal way. Now, politics of the moment determined how the law was effected at that time. Then, politics of the moment determined how he had to reshuffle his cabinet. Okay.
And I
Now,
kind of agree with you, because I
so
remember even the ICC one, that they had to bring in the politics so that they get out of the ICC. But again, then that makes it that if you're a political class, then you're above the law, because now it seems like the politics is so amorphous. It can subvert
no.
everything about any law of a country, which
No,
is
politics is happening every day. And now let me tell you, politics is not anything that is happening out of, even this what you are doing here is politics. Okay. The police, the people conversing and talking about how they want to be governed, how they want resources to be shared, that's the politics of the moment. So politics is not an amorphous thing. Politics is basically day to day interactions, day-to-day conversations, day-to-day, how you express your grievances, how you get your resources, how you divide those resources, how you decide.
Demba, you're taking this as a different way, and you remember me. We've debated, me and you, numerous times, and you know it very well. For me, I've always said politics is even in your own house. With your kid, with your friends, with everything. Yes, I know politics is how you want to be governed, but then it cannot be the law. So it's kind of like in your house. If you decide that, okay, yeah, you might refuse. Oh, daddy wanted me to eat today ugali and something. Yes, that's politics, and you wanted to kula mchele. But then when you come to the law of the house, the law is the law. Unless, and that is why you find that these countries that we actually kind of compare ourselves with, Like you hear every time in the parliament, they keep on saying, "Oh, the United States does this." These guys have amendments that they've realized that this law is not working this way, and that's the point. Change it to amend what needs to be done, but then you have to follow that law, because if you go to a court of law, you're not jailed or convicted as per the politics. You're actually convicted as per the law of the land and not the politics. But the problem with most of African countries and what I see, and mostly not just African, but most of the developed countries, what I actually see is that I'm seeing them actually going into the politics that today you might have Zemba who has done numerous nonsense against the law, but just because it's a political entity, he is okay and he can move on. Look at Waluke. We have numerous people that we can give case studies and all that. So that's why I'm saying, where does the law, where do we define the law and the okay, like you said, that's why I was coming to you. The politics, the politics of the law and the law of politics. Where do we decide which one is it? Because like the reason I say the amorphous politics, it seems this politics is everywhere and it is becoming like an armored vest that as long as you're in the political realm, you kind of really above the law, as long as you know where to go, what to do, and everything. And the law does not touch you, but touches the normal person.
Okay.
That is where I wanted you to come in with.
Okay. Let me make it simpler. Now, the law is a social contract. Okay. A social contract is this. Actually, someone says that without the law, it's Thomas Hobbes that says that without you might need to read his works. He's talked a lot on politics and law. He says that our nature. I'm just paraphrasing. We are brutish. So without the law, we would even kill each other. So we meet together and we have interest, all of us, and then we decide, okay, fine, how are we gonna stay together? So we come up with a social contract. That's the law. Okay. Now this law, it's not static. That's why you got amendments, because our interest, the interest of our forefathers, might not be interest of our great kids that we're gonna come. So some things that might have worked at a certain time may not work at another time. So the law is very dynamic. That's why they put those certain amendments, that we need to put this amendment, we need to put this so that it can continue. That's why they call it a living document. It is continuously being improved. Now you're bringing the debate around personalities, and that is a different conversation that is discussed under constitution and constitutionalism. Right now, constitutionalism is a very broad discussion that I think we may not have it within the field, because I thought you were really closing. It's a different thing. So we discuss constitution and constitutionalism, which is now a different thing. Do we want to discuss constitutionalism in the African setup? Do you want to look at it based on different scenarios and even how it works? So that's a different conversation. However, I want to note that we do have, and there's a need to understand, first of all, the idea of the politics happening in an environment where the law exists. Okay, and both of these involve people who have their nature, personalities, persuasions, interests, motivations that are very different and diverse. That's why there's no time that will come that will want everybody agree. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, finish, Baba.
Let me finish, because I do want us to. I know you wanna close, so we can have this conversation another time. So persuasions, interests, different, and even all these people, sometimes politicians may say things to imagine they're reflecting your need, but they're not necessarily your need. They are reflecting their own personal interest, but they're putting them into public interest. For example, immediately before Gachagua was impeached, he was talking about going everywhere, telling everybody how they should join the government, because if they're not in government, they're not going to benefit. He went to Nyanza, he told people of Kisumu that you guys are very good people. The only thing you need to do is to come into government. He went to Cumberland, he said the same. He went to those other places where he said that Ruto didn't get enough votes. And he was very much categorical around that. That's why I want you to understand how politics can be very selfish. And when we start discussing it around individuals, then we might take a different conversation. Then when he was impeached, he now went to Kambani, he called them cousins. He went to those other places. Now he said that you guys come and help me. In fact, he went to the extent of telling them, now, you guys, you need to wait. You know, like according to him, you guys are not supposed to be gaining anything from this government that is in here. You're supposed to sit somewhere and wait for another government that is going to come in 2 years. So what is happening?
But remember, you know me, I'm not talking about Gachagua. I'm not interested in Gachagua. What I'm trying to, I just want you to clarify something here. And I'm asking you, and maybe you can continue with that. I know you know me very well. I write my notes, you write your notes. But when we're having difficult conversations like this, but my thing is that, and what I really, the reason I came in, I don't mean to be, to mess you up on your chain of thought. But when you talk about the covenant of how we're going to live together, is it the law or is it the constitution? And which one comes before the other? Is it the constitution that makes the law, or is it the law that makes the constitution of how we're going to live? Where is the covenant? Which is the covenant? Is it the law or is it the constitution? And which one gives birth to the other one? That's the thing. I don't care about Gachagua. Gachagua can go wherever he wants to do. He can do whatever he wants to do. Raila can do, or you can do whatever you want to do. But suffice, how are we going to stay together, like you said it? So, which one comes before the other? Is it the constitution, the law? And if it's the law, where does the constitution come? And then this politics, the amorphous that I'm saying, politics is coming into through the constitution, is coming through everything. I mean, the politics, the politics. Well, what is this nonsense we're talking about politics? I thought politics, even when Portius Pilate came, he said, "Nimeosha mikono. Nyinyi fanyeni venye mnafanya basi. Hiyo ni law yenyu ama hiyo ni constitution yenyu." So which one comes first? And there was politics in that Jesus said whatever. For those who are not Christians, I'm sorry, but that's a book that we follow sometimes as Christians. So basically, I'm asking you, what is this thing that is called politics that is so big, that is above the law and is above the constitution? And after we move from according to your book of understanding, after we come from the politics, because it seems like politics is the highest thing for you, which one comes first, the law or the constitution, the understanding on how we're going to live together? Pole, I know it's too much.
No, you're asking very good question. I mean, I get you and I understand. It's a very broad discussion that you're bringing, but very fundamental. So unfortunately, maybe may not have the time. I need to step out a bit. So I want to just say this: politics is our way of life. Politics is happening every day. Politics is what you're doing right now. This is all politics. Politics is this discussion is all politics. Politics is what is happening in the village. Politics is what the Gen Z and everybody else is doing. Politics is what legislatures are doing, we have been made to believe that only politicians are the ones in politics. But as Plato says, that even when you're doing nothing, you're actually participating in electing bad leaders in politics. When you're not saying that, there are people who say that I'm apolitical, yet that is part of politics. It's just a spectrum in politics. You are, because whatever decisions the legislatures and the elected leaders or those people you allow to lead you make, it affects you in one way or another. So what I can say is we cannot distance ourselves from the politics. There's no a particular person that you can say now these are the politicians have destroyed. We are all part of politics. We are all engaging in politics every single day, either inactively, passively, and political decisions are affecting us every single day. So when you don't take an active part to make your voice known, to improve the system or those people who get into the system or are elected, they are likely not to do what you want. So for now, I can say politics is part of us. And therefore, the other thing is the social contract, the constitution, the law and the constitution, those are used interchangeably. So I cannot say if one is greater than the other. I cannot say, you can say constitution says, you can say the law says. Yeah. So because there are other laws, the constitution of Kenya, and then there are other laws that apply. Like, for example, you can have the laws that, the international laws that have been passed, which are not necessarily the constitution, but they affect. So the constitution might be what is agreed on within the country, but then there are other laws that are not necessarily the constitution. So you can also have other traditional laws that can be read together in the constitution. That's why there's I think a clause that says that anything that is read but is against the constitution is unconstitutional. All right. So the constitution right now we have Constitution 2010. We passed it, but now there are other laws, so people can use them interchange. So there's the law of the land and other laws that may, but that one is a debate for another day. Probably we might want to bring a lawyer to give that explanation. Finally, it is important to have civic education so that you can always argue from a point of information. Otherwise, we'll be arguing from a point of emotions. See, and we'll be allowing ourselves to be manipulated by those who have personal interests. And I still want to emphasize, probably as I close, that we have allowed ourselves to be drawn into the idea, in fact, to the extent that someone can say that the existential problem we have is Ruto. Yet this person is holding a constitutional office that they were elected into, and they are not delivering to us. How can an MP be gallivanting around the country, campaigning for someone who was impeached? Yet they have their constituents who are not having water. They're supposed to do two things: go to parliament, then go back to their constituents and work. What are they going to be telling their constituents? So someone is saying that their only, their only claim to glory is speaking about, Kasongo or doing that. Kasongo and all that is a good thing, pressure. But at the end of the day, Mato, for me, my call would be our Constitution 2010 gives different offices different roles. There's a role for executive, there's a role for the legislature, and there's a role for judiciary. All these people ought to be held accountable according to what we elected them to do. Their only claim to glory should not be coming after 5 years to tell us how they were campaigning against Kasongo. That, in my view, is taking us for granted. And now some of us are clapping for them for that. Can you imagine? You're not going to work, you're going to listen to someone telling you about someone who was impeached. And we celebrate, we celebrate as a country. I don't think that's let's come in 2027 and just say, we elected you as an MP. Give us what you did for us. Do you deserve a second term? We elected you as a senator. Do you deserve a second term? Because after an election, parties cease to exist. A party, we have majority, minority in parliament. Wisha. The rest is I have an MP, I have a governor, I have a president. You need to demand for service from all of them. Not telling us, oh, Kasongo must go, what. Those are good things. I mean, they are constitutional cries. But I don't think the citizen deserves that. The citizenry of Kenya deserves better. If after 5 years you have a problem with the president, you change him at the vote, at the ballot. If you have a problem with the governor, change him. If you have a problem with an MP, change him. But I do have a problem with us having a
What if I have a problem with him tomorrow?
I mean, the Constitution provides for that. You'll never wake up and then you are 100%. Everybody in your constituency or the country is not having a problem with the leader. But the Constitution has a provision. Can you follow the Constitution of removal if you do want to remove them? See?
So there goes, because the Constitution is a covenant of how you're going to rule me. The law comes after the Constitution. That was my point. But I know, remember me and you, I know we are scholars, and I know we will fight.
What did you just say?
What did you just say? The Constitution comes above the law.
Okay, let's hold that thought there. We'll have this argument another time again. But thank you so much, Mato. I mean, I thank you for this. Thank you for. I know you are closing, but you have just given me 30 minutes of your time. I really appreciate. We'll be coming as often for us to discuss more again about politics and politicians.
And then, but I really appreciate you. Annie is the keyboard warrior out there. She hits me hard. I've learned how to kumlenga tu kidogo, but she's never she's never bad. And I think maybe Zemba, I'm really appreciative for you coming in. That's why I indulge you for this. Some of the things that people.
Oh, you have some keyboard warriors. I don't read comments.
Oh, hey, Ani will kill you in the. Kwanza ukimfuata.
I don't.
You're the one that taught me how to get into this system, bwana. When you were doing your thing, you're the one that told me wacha kuangalia watu kwa keyboard. Ani will eat me alive, and then the next day anipulize. Aniambie, okay, matuko sawa. Alishaniua jana. But anyway, so I decided to just.
No, you see what happens. What happens here? What happens? This is they call it free speech. Eh? So people are free to express their views. People are free to disagree. I mean, it's okay for you'll also feel uncomfortable if everybody is agreeing with what you're saying. We are as diverse as we come, and we do have different kind of opinions, which is okay in a political space. So it's okay for people to disagree. It's okay for someone to feel very different from what you think, which is why we have debates. Like I said, that talking is good. As you keep talking, you'll stop fighting. So you have to keep talking. You have to say what you think is different. You have to disagree. You have to, and that's what contributes in a political system. People have to air their views, and that's why I keep saying that you're right and where my right start. So there's nobody who does not have a right. We shouldn't feel like I have the monopoly over ideas. Nobody does have that. We all learn from each other. We all grow. We all discuss, and it's okay for people to disagree, which is okay. What I can finish by saying is politics usiweke kwa moyo, weka kwa kifua. Ukipumua inatoka. Otherwise ukiamua ya kwamba unashikilia siasa and how they play politics kwa nini, you will suffer a lot. You'll go through a lot. You'll need a lot of therapy every time. So Mato, thank you so much, man. I hope to
Thank
see you
you.
again.
Wewe ngoja wacha tufunge pamoja Saitan. You used to run, mi sikuwa na kuepa. You're trying to run away from me. We are closing together. Then I just want to thank you so much. Asante sana. I know, I mean, we have the kind of same of ideology of what politics is and where everything is going. And I think it's a good thing that we do. I listen to you when you come around. You're the one that introduced me to these channels, and I am forever grateful for you, even when I'm in these channels in Ukukule. So I really want to appreciate you guys, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are listening to us and the ones that will listen to us after this. Remember, I really want to appreciate you, but I also want you to listen to this as I close, and then we close together. Please bear with me, my brother. Just listen to this real quick.
This kind of lack of governance in this country, we are not going to stop. We are going to fight to the end, and this country will and need to follow the rule of the law. We have talked to them, and we are telling them the police and the uniform people are not your enemy. Your enemy are those people who are in power, looting and fighting, making sure that we keep fighting so that they continue looting, they continue violating the rule of the law. So therefore, don't be intimidated.
Zemba, in your mind, what are you seeing in that as we close?
Allow me not to comment on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we will do that. When are you having this next?
I don't know, and I really am gonna have to talk to Njiro so that we come in with I will come with my constitutional book. I mean my constitution, and then you come with yours, and then we come with your facts, whatever. If you've done some researches, and maybe we can have, and maybe we might have to at Alex Akuje, and we talk constitutionally and what is happening, and even that video that I just played as our closing remark or a closing video. For people for us to really look at what is happening. So is that fine? Can we maybe choose? What do you think? When are you going to be free on Friday?
Yeah, Friday is good. Friday is good.
So I try to push for Friday, maybe hapa mwisho ama ikianza.
Yeah, mwisho it'd be good.
Okay, sawa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and I can see Njiro is back. And Njiro, tunafunga ni, unless you want to say something kwetu na Themba, unajua unapoteaga.
Yeah,
Because
I have nothing to add. So ni sawa, tunaweza funga tu. We will come tomorrow. Thank you, and thank you for holding up. Nimeshukuru. Thank you.
No, umesikia, I might have it's bad to say that. A day, sitaki kusema date, on Friday, tukienda kufunga hapo hivyo tukuje na mimi na Themba, we come, and if Alex wants to come in, we come in with facts, tuchapane mafacts za kuangalia kitabu ya constitution, law, and everything. So if that's okay with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. God bless you.
Kidogo Mkenya Mkora, mimi unajua mimi sinanga shida na freedom of speech. Anything you want to do, I'm open to it. Go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us. Asante sana kutupatia wakati zenyu. Ani, asante sana. Ani, siezi soma zako zote. You're always here, and I really appreciate you, because wewe hata watu wakipotea unakuaga. Asante sana. Thank you. Najua bado let me see if there's anyone. Kuna mwingine Joseph. Oh, whoa. Joseph, asante sana. Thank you guys. Thank you. Kama sijakutaja tafadhali usichukulie vibaya. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. God bless you wherever you are. Asanteni sana. Guys, this is where we have our conversation, because we always say, what? If we stop talking, then we're going to start fighting. May everybody bless you in wherever you are. Asanteni sana, tupatane baadaye. Majaliwa ya Mungu. Asanteni. Kwaherini, baadaye.